From what we have seen in the past, there tends to be something that has triggered this person, whether it's a family member, whether it's a retaliation, it's vindictive, and then other times it's purely a hate crime, it's purely, a crime of a religious nature. So right now it's too soon to tell what exactly it is, but to take that number of people, there's usually some kind of passion involved in the person.
And we have the comments from the governor now, which we're gonna listen to now.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him.
Kathy, we also, do we still have, Catherine, let me ask you, if we know that 14 are dead, and then maybe as many as 12 more are still in, the governor said he had a handgun. That sounds like more than a handgun.
Well, he said there's a handgun and they believe there may be a rifle, but they're working to determine that as well. The thing that caught my attention, John, is this description of the 18-year-old suspect arriving in a vehicle at the school and then sort of almost hopping the fence or moving into the elementary school. And it goes to the idea that there may have been a precipitating event. It sounds like that may have been the catalyst for going to the school and then having that kind of firepower. So you asked me earlier how federal authorities kind of kick in here. Well, one of the things the ATF can do pretty quickly is understand the genesis and the origin of those weapons. How did he have them? Were they his weapons? Were they purchased legally? Kind of the backstory of the weapons. And I think that's going to be extremely important in this case because of the firepower that was unleashed on those very small, innocent children. I mean, it's so hard to get your mind around.
That's right. So that there may have been something that set him off, and then he went and carried this out, but he was just heavily armed. I don't want to go
too far and speculate, but based on the description and what we heard just from that former FBI instructor, she spoke specifically about an event that may have triggered this individual to launch the attack. But it certainly caught my attention, the description of the vehicle approaching the elementary school and then going inside with at least one, potentially two weapons.
And we just to update everybody who may be just tuning in now, the Texas Governor Abbott has reported that 14 children and 1 teacher have been killed in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The shooter in this case, an 18-year-old Salvador Ramos was the name the governor gave us, has also been killed. We also have with us Kathy Guider. Kathy, what did you take from the governor's press conference, if anything?
Another sad fact that we've had another young person committing such a horrific crime. We're seeing a pattern of this across the country, and it's sad, and something's going to need to be done. But I agree, I believe something triggered him, and he had firepower. And most likely, if he shot 14 people, he's had to reload, most likely, depending on the weapon, and continue shooting.
Here we're watching footage of families leaving the Civic Center. Obviously, local authorities are trying to be in contact with terrified parents. The school was set to end the school year this Thursday, and so this was the culmination of the school year, the middle of the school day, and there at the Civic Center you have local law enforcement and parents being informed about the status of either of their children. Catherine, we have here a DHS comment from DHS.
Yeah, it's reinforcing what we talked about earlier, John, that the Secretary has been briefed and has provided all of the assets that they can to support not only the law enforcement operation, but also sort of the human piece of this operation. I think it's worth noting that according to our contacts, multiple Custom and Border Patrol agents also went to the scenes. So federal authorities surged the scene along with local law enforcement to help support that operation. And at least one of them was wounded in the process and remains in stable condition. I just want to add maybe a big picture idea here. We just had a report from the FBI about active shooters inside the United States, and the numbers are clearly very sobering and I think worth mentioning given what's unfolded in Texas. We've seen a surge in the number of active shootings in this country between 2020 and 2021 of 52%, and since 2017 it's up over 95%. Last year alone, 61 shootings, 30 states, more than 100 killed and 140 wounded. And as Kathy was just saying, in some of these cases, extremely young people with access to extremely powerful weapons with just devastating consequences for all involved.
In a local report we were listening to, local residents said this kind of thing doesn't happen here. Those numbers suggest it's happening in a lot of here's where it wouldn't have before.
You know, trying to connect with their children, trying to get information, trying to find out what happened. But a tremendous response there. Police apparently shooting and killing the suspect, saving countless lives, perhaps. But we are.
And I could tell you,
yeah,
Lester, I could tell you that they won't view it that way, and it's kind of like making a great arrest in a particular case. It doesn't do a darn bit in a case like this, and that's the kind of psychology that will go through their heads. It will not be that the lives they saved; it's the lives lost, and that's perhaps the right way to look at it. But it is just another case, really, of where everyone must rally around, support each other, and have faith when it's one of the most difficult times.
The assumption in cases like this is that it's one person, a single shooter. You can't afford to make that assumption, can you?
No, I guarantee there is countless professionals right now at the local level, at the state police level, as well as the FBI, running down leads. And it has to be that way, because you can't assume that this is isolated and that the threat is taken over, because you always have to kind of, in our world, assume the worst. What if this was part of a larger action? And inevitably it's not, and that's one silver lining. But those things are going on right now to try to make sure that nobody else is hurt. What set this person off? Are there people that are injured in his or her house? And all of these things are being examined as we speak. I have no doubt.
Commissioner, we appreciate you staying with us. I want to go to Tom Witter now, our investigative correspondent. Tom, I think it's kind of become the norm now that we don't like to dwell in the suspect and use the suspect's name a lot, but at the same time, it is informative for us to understand what creates the conditions that something like this happens. And so I use it as a prelude to you're going to give us a bit more information about who this young man was.
Well said, Lester. Salvador Ramos, the spelling of that individual is not clear, but that was the name that was said by Texas Governor Greg Abbott at the press conference, as you outlaid. He said that he brought a handgun to the school, perhaps a rifle, though that wasn't immediately confirmed by the governor.
We are going to break away from NBC's live coverage of a deadly shooting in Texas. You can continue watching coverage over on KSFY or DakotaNewsNow.com. Dakota News Now at 4 starts right now.
Dakota News Now begins with a breaking news alert.
Good afternoon, everyone. We come on the air this afternoon with a breaking news alert out of Texas, where you may have heard that another deadly shooting has indeed occurred, this time at an elementary school where authorities say over a dozen people, mostly children, are now dead. Our Scott Ing is standing by at the Now Desk with the latest on this developing and harrowing situation. Hey, Scott.
Sam, just minutes ago, we learned 14 students and one teacher were killed in this shooting. That's according to Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Now let's take a live look at that scene. What you're seeing here is a live feed of Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, which is located about 90 minutes west of San Antonio. In addition to those dead, several people are being treated at nearby hospitals. However, the exact number of those injured is still unclear. We've learned that the shooter, who authorities identified as an 18-year-old high schooler, is also dead. It all happened around noon today. That's when the school district put out a tweet saying that the shooter was located at the elementary school and asked people to stay away from the area. Police say prior to the shooting at the school, the suspect also shot his grandmother. Now, of course, this is a developing story this afternoon, so stick with us both on air and online as all the latest updates will be provided to you. For now, live at the Now Desk, Scotting in Dakota News Now.
Scott, thank you for the update. A follow-up from a story that we brought you yesterday. Sioux Falls police have released a surveillance photo of the man suspected of shooting at a security officer outside of a bar over the weekend. Police say that this happened early Sunday morning in northwest Sioux Falls after the man was kicked out of the bar. He retrieved a gun from his car, then fired at a security guard. Police say the guard shot back at the man before running away. Investigators say the man is under 6 feet tall and wore a brown long-sleeve shirt on the night of the incident. If you do recognize this person or have any information in regards to his identity, you are asked to contact that number at the bottom of your screen, 605-367-707. Let's get a check of the weather with meteorologist Tyler Roney. A decent spring day once more for us. You did talk about some precipitation making its way in as we head into tomorrow, though.
Such a waste of time. Savoy.
Just a short time ago, again, hearing that it was a teenage shooter. We know 14 children dead, 1 teacher deceased as well. Let's get right to News Nation correspondent Kelly Beeson, who is joining us live here in the newsroom. Kelly, what else do we know so far?
Well, Nicole, earlier the school district had said that all schools in the district were locked down because of gunshots in the area, adding that the city's civic center was being used as a reunification area for families there. Robb Elementary School in Uvalde has an enrollment of just under 600 students. It's a 2nd through 4th grade school, and according to their calendar on the school's website, there was only 2 days of school left until dismissal for the summer. Again, according to Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Salvador Romas, the 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde, it's believed that he abandoned his vehicle with a handgun, possibly a rifle, shot and killed 14 students and a teacher. He is deceased, the suspect, and it's believed that responding officers killed him. Governor Abbott also noting that Ramos killed his grandmother before entering the school and is a former student of Uvalde High School. Nicole.
All right, Kelly Beeson live for us here in the newsroom. Thank you for that. All right, we want to head out to independent journalist Allie Bradley. Allie Bradley is live for us on the scene, on the ground out there. Allie, I don't know how long you have been there. Kind of describe what you're seeing now and describe what you've seen since you've been there.
So I got on the scene shortly after it started happening, and they actually had us pretty close before they started pushing media out to the perimeter a little bit. And when I first arrived on, it was very active, and there started to be actually other calls around the area for responses. So the police started to deploy really.
All right, Allie Bradley's service.
Ended up running into the school, but there was no chase that preceded this, correct?
We are not hearing anything about a chase. There were rumors that were flying around that this was some sort of Border Patrol chase. I have not heard anything of the sort. I have not confirmed any of that information. I have no reason to believe any of that. Those rumors are credible at this moment. All we are being told right now is this potentially started with a shooting outside of campus, potentially shot his own family member, possibly a grandmother, is what we're hearing. Then he apparently drove to the school, left the vehicle, ran into the school, and just started shooting indiscriminately amongst teachers and children. That is what we're hearing right now. No nexus to Border Patrol. But again, this went from 0 to 100 in terms of the horribleness of this news. At first we were hearing only 1 person was shot, and now we are learning that 15 people are dead as a result of this shooting, guys.
I have a question. Do we have any idea whether this was a random choice, the school, or was it something that was part of this guy's world, or were they familiar with him?
We don't know. We don't know a whole lot about the suspect. The Texas Governor Greg Abbott, he did mention a suspect name. I didn't catch it in his press conference. He did say he is an 18-year-old local that lives here in Uvalde. The motive and all that, I don't want to speculate on yet. We did hear some rumors here and there, but I don't want to comment on that yet. We're going to wait until we get some more concrete information. But it does sound like, by all accounts, this was a young guy who lived here in town, didn't come from elsewhere, had an incident, apparently a domestic incident at home that ended up with the shooting of his grandmother, came to the school, and for whatever reason decided to start shooting school children and teachers.
So, Bill Geraldo here, the fact that there are 14 children confirmed dead, how many more children do we know are injured and at risk of adding to this horrible toll?
Well, it sounds like there are multiple children still being treated right now. The local hospital here in Uvalde posted that they are treating several children in their emergency room. And then I saw on social media there was a hospital in San Antonio that posted that they were treating, I believe, 2 children and 1 adult. I'm not aware of what other hospitals are out there treating people, but it would sound like there is at least another maybe 5 to 6 people being treated in local hospitals right now. And obviously with gunshot wounds, those are going to be very serious. And unfortunately, the casualty toll in this potentially could end up going higher, guys.
And Bill, it's Janine again. I want to ask you another question. How far are the grandparents home where he allegedly killed his grandparents from the school?
It's unclear. When I first heard about this, the mayor told me this was only blocks away from the school. I'm unclear if that's still the case. Obviously, information is very fluid when these shootings happen. But the mayor, when I first talked to him about this, made it sound like the location was not very far. And I just want to point out again, we have a lot of people behind us right now who don't know what the heck is going on. They don't have a whole lot of information. They've been sitting here waiting to be told something. And now that the news just broke that the 15 were killed, and that was moments after when we saw a couple of women leave the building behind us just bawling in tears. So information is slowly getting out. People are coming here, obviously wanting information on their children, their loved ones. What happened? Are they okay? They haven't heard from people. What are authorities saying about it? A lot of confusion, and as you can imagine, when you're stressing out wondering if your loved one is alive or not, it can be a horrible, horrible experience, and it's hard watching these folks behind us just sitting here waiting, biting their nails, waiting for more information. So hopefully we'll get some more concrete details as this press conference kicks off within an hour or so. We're told it's going to be at the local Fairplex, which is not the Civic Center behind us, which is where we were initially told this presser was going to start. So wherever it is, we will find it. We will get our viewers all the details with the latest updates to the shooting, guys. But horrible situation out here. Usually we're out here covering the border here in Uvalde, and unfortunately today we are covering yet another mass shooting at a school.
Bill Geraldo again. We were on the air when Sandy Hook broke, and Craig was up there so fast, my brother Craig, the producer, that the moms were taking their children's seat out of the back seat when they confirmed that the children were dead. This is just horrible. One thing about Sandy Hook, it led to many schools implementing, to follow up on Jesse's question, security, armed deputy. Not that that's a be-all and end-all, but that and metal detectors and so forth. You have no indication that that school had any security, meaningful security in place. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm asking in Texas, is that common to have schools unguarded, and is that the case in this situation?
To be honest, I don't know the answer to that question. I know some schools obviously are going to have security. Typically, I believe that's going to be more of high schools, or they'll have an SRO, a school resource officer. Yep. We just don't know if there was any kind of officer of security at the school when this incident took place. The one video I've seen posted online of the shooter allegedly entering the school with the weapon, I did not see security anywhere. But again, we don't know what preceded that video, what happened beforehand. We'll just wait for those details to come out.
Bill, it's Kellyanne Conway. Thank you for reporting on what is an unspeakable tragedy as it unfolds. 2 quick questions. Number 1, have you talked to any adult eyewitnesses? And number 2, have the surviving children been reunited with their parents? Are they being secured somewhere else, or have they been reunited with their loved ones at this time?
To answer your first question, we have not talked to any eyewitnesses. We're not physically at the school right now. That is down the road from us. That is very blocked off right now with law enforcement and emergency vehicles. We're at the Civic Center where families are gathering, waiting for a potential press conference. We have not seen any reunifications yet. We have seen people coming out of the building. It's unclear if there are any children being held in the building behind us. We don't know where they're at right now. We have just seen people coming out of the building. Some look okay, some look relieved. I mentioned before, though, we just did see 2 women before we came on the air come out absolutely bawling, and that was tough to see. That pulled at the heartstrings. Those 2 obviously just got some really, really horrible news, unfortunately.
All right, Bill, stay right there. We'll be back with you momentarily. Let's bring in Trace Gallagher here with the latest. Trace, what do you got?
I just want to pick up, Jesse, on a couple of things that Bill was talking about there. One, he said they didn't have the name of the shooter. Well, now we do. We just got it. He is 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, and apparently he went to the Uvalde High School. He's a local student, kind of going back to what Judge Janine offered, which is how far was his grandmother, if in fact that story turns out to be accurate, that he did first kill his grandmother and go to the school. How far was she from the school? We don't know, but we do know the entire town of Uvalde itself is but 7 square miles, which means there is nothing in that town more than 1.5 miles or 2 miles from any really point of location. So that's kind of a fascinating thing. We also know from Governor Greg Abbott that the shooter, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, apparently went in there with a handgun and a rifle. We heard reports first off that he was going to the outside of the school and that he started shooting first in the parking lot. Those apparently turned out not to be true. Now we're being told he made his way inside the school and started opening fire there. As far as the question that you asked, Jesse, earlier about school security, all through Texas there are high schools. There are some middle schools with school security. It's a rare occurrence when you have SROs, when you have school resource officers at elementary schools. And kind of going back to Geraldo's point there, talking about Sandy Hook, when you go back to Sandy Hook, remember that we have at the bottom of your screen, you can see there, 14 children dead, 1 teacher has been confirmed. These numbers in these types of school shootings always change, and horrifically they always change for the worse. The numbers tend to go up. If you go back to Sandy Hook, there were 26 and 7-year-olds who were killed in that shooting, along with 6 or 7 adults in that shooting. That's when Adam Lanza, which is the weirdest correlation, went and first killed his mother, and then he went to Sandy Hook and he opened fire and he killed all those elementary school students and then the adults who tried to save those students. So if the numbers change here, this could already be the 3rd worst school shooting in the history of the United States. If the numbers change here, really not much in any direction, this could become the worst school shooting in the history of the United States. And keep in mind that the lion's share of the victims in this case are, like Sandy Hook, elementary school children. We should point out, if there is any bright light in all of this, which there is none, if you go to San Antonio, which is 90 miles up the road, you will find a level 1 children's hospital there. So the 2 children who were brought there, we have learned in our experience, if you bring children who are shot into a level 1 trauma center, they have an outstanding chance to live. So that is good news. But you look at the size of this town. We're talking 15,000, right? 15,000 people live in this town. They don't have the resources to handle something like this. So this was an all hands on deck, not just in Uvalde. This was an all hands on deck thing from San Antonio and every surrounding vicinity that has a fire department and a police department. And when you get on scene, we have been to these in Columbine, which attracted, sources from Denver and all around there. You have to have coordination, so it's kind of hectic in the early going. You go through the school, you check every closet, you check every attic, you check every room by room, and the kids all have to walk out with their hands up because they are all considered suspects. In an elementary school, it's a different format, but it's the basic theory, the basic protocol that you go through when these types of things happen. And finally, I just want to add that when you talk about these types of scenarios, you have the shooter who apparently turned the gun on himself, and that would change the investigation, but it doesn't change the fact that you somehow have to go in there and get, without knowing who's in there, you have to go in and get the wounded out. You've got to get them on either life flight helicopters or in ambulances and get them out as quickly as possible. And as you learn days after these shootings, those seconds, those minutes are an eternity for the kids who need that help, and they need it. They need it so fast. Jesse.
Thank you so much, Trace. Let's now listen to some sound from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He spoke.
Talking about, especially in a small town community, we're talking about evidence response. We're talking about professional teams that will come in. I'm sure the nearest FBI office, which likely might be San Antonio, will come in and say, look, do you want an evidence response team? Because they'll come in from on a national level and they'll reconstruct this. They'll know exactly what happened. They can help with interviews. But again, we are photographing the wreckage. We need to prevent the wreckage. And in that regard, the resources have to go toward gun enforcement. And the ATF is one of the smallest federal law enforcement agencies there are. They don't have a director. President Biden has nominated a former United States Attorney, Steve Dettelbach, for the position of ATF director. Will Congress come to agreement on someone enforcing the gun laws, just the existing gun laws? I hope so. Are we ever going to get to the point where ATF is adequately staffed so that we don't have to come on the air and talk about the wrong people having guns? I doubt it in this current environment. But if we could start by enforcing the laws, we can start by looking at pending bills in Congress that are languishing, just simply closing the gun show loophole so that everyone who buys a gun has to be subjected to a background check, and then closing the loophole that happened in the South Carolina church shooting in Charleston by the young man
Let's
there.
listen to Frank. We're going to tune into this news conference underway in Uvalde, Texas.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, I'm going to make a statement, and at this point, we won't take any questions. We will give you a time when we'll be addressing the media soon. At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. The school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should. As far as the rest of the district is concerned, safety measures were taken to make sure that we had a safe release for the rest of the district. Throughout our city of Uvalde, and we had numerous law enforcement officers and agencies that assisted with the safety release for those students. We do want to keep all our families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family. It is still being worked on, and again, we'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them. Thank you so much.
We greatly appreciate your understanding and patience with us. Please know at this time, we are only making a statement. We will be releasing more information as the investigation continues. We appreciate your courtesy. At this time, it concludes our press conference. Thank you.
The first public statement from law enforcement officials in Uvalde, Texas. They confirm a mass casualty event consistent with our correspondent Morgan Chesky's timing. They responded at 11:32 to a mass casualty event there. The school that was targeted, some elementary schools have different combinations of young kids. This elementary school, Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, had 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders there today who became victims of the latest mass shooting in the United States of America. Law enforcement officials there said a little less than what Texas's Governor Abbott has reported. We heard there are several injuries, some deaths, confirmation that the suspect is dead, and confirmation that the suspect acted alone. Frank Figliuzzi, what jumps out at you from this briefing?
Well, first, as you say, very limited information, and the governor's office will need to coordinate tightly with the local authorities in terms of statements and release of facts. But acting alone, that's a quick conclusion to that. And so, why do we know that so early? Maybe they've already.
This morning before heading to that school, where he then opened fire inside the school. Again, unclear whether it was one classroom or multiple classrooms. We heard our reporter on the scene, Maria Villarreal, just from anecdotes from parents who've arrived there. Again, no names of any of the victims have been released. We'll leave that to the authorities. But anecdotally, Maria telling us that the parents are looking for their loved ones, looking for their children, repeatedly said to Maria, among the other questions they were asking her about where to find this information, saying we're just looking for information on our 10-year-old. That was the age that continued to be asked about, with Maria right there on the scene, which just is heartbreaking to wrap your head around. But again, in America, 14 children shot and killed inside the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, late this morning, including a teacher as well, shot and killed. The grandmother shot and killed at some point before this mass shooting began to play out in Texas. And you don't need me to tell you, it has been a horrific couple of weeks in this country when it comes to mass shootings. 10 days ago, we were standing in Buffalo at the scene of that grocery store. 9 days ago, our team in California at that church where a man walked in, congregation knocking him to the ground. What a time, many questions ahead, and we are thinking, as authorities asked us to, about the families in that community. Our coverage will continue on ABC News Live, abcnews.com. If and when authorities come before the cameras with additional details about the horror that's played out there in Texas, we'll be right back on the air. Our entire team will be here for World News Tonight, and for many of you, we return you to your local news now. Until then, I'm David Muir in New York. Good day.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
In terms of threats to the homeland, as you know, sir, DHS is the lead agency for that, but we are doing everything within our power to be ready to assist DHS with anything.
Story at approximately the same time of day about the same exact thing.
The same exact
Nicole,
thing.
I just don't even know what else to say.
I know it is so difficult. And that's one thing when Senator Murphy was speaking, you know, it really does bring up so much trauma for so many people. And I think, you know, these mass shootings sadly have become something that just are. They've become something that just are, but we have to remember. And I think, you know, when you were describing the fact that those bodies are still in there, the bodies of little children, because we know this school was enrollment is only 2nd through 4th grade. So we're talking about 2nd graders, 3rd graders, and 4th graders, as well as a teacher. And we know that their little bodies are still sitting on the floor. And that is so graphic, but I think sometimes we almost need to hear those details so this doesn't become white noise and it doesn't become something that we just move on from.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for saying that, because one after another, we're becoming really sanitized. So there's that news story again, another shooting. Let's just remember exactly what's happening this minute in this town of Uvalde, Texas, a state where I lived for 5 years and got to know well. There are little children's torn apart bodies, and I am sorry for being real here, but you can't just look at your television right now and say, how sad, another shooting. It's not just another shooting. It's another Sandy Hook. It's another catastrophe. You could say it's another 9/11. I mean, how much more are we going to take of this until we actually do something? And I just want to state something here that may have gone by very quickly. Allie, who was reporting earlier, Nicole, mentioned that law enforcement told her that the girlfriend of this shooter had said to law enforcement that she was going to finish the job. That's an investigation that's probably happening right now, because who knows if this is just this one shooter, or if this was a cabal or a plan, or maybe a pair, or maybe a movement, or maybe a political idea.
Right.
Who knows what it was, but we've got to find out. And then we've got to take some kind of action. Republicans, Democrats alike, wake the hell up. This just has got to stop.
It really does. You know, and Ashley, I know that you are a mom. You know, I want to talk about the parents and all this, because this is truly a parent's absolute worst nightmare. Of course, they have a staging, you know, away from the school, but I think every frightened, panicked parent is going to immediately come to the school. How do you talk to your kids when something like this happens?
Yeah, I think we all have to talk the same way. It doesn't even matter that I was 40 minutes away from Sandy Hook. I had to drive by my own kids' elementary school to go and report on Sandy Hook, and that was hard, you know, because they were all locked down, and I wanted to stop and ensure that they were okay. But this is an American story. This is not just a Uvalde story. This is not a Texas story. This is an American story. And every parent has to sit down and talk to their kids about what's blanketing the news, not just today, but it's going to be tomorrow and the next day and for several weeks, because this is a headline that just doesn't go away very quickly. And I don't know. I mean, I did what I could. I tried to tell my kids the reality that we're living in without terrifying them and destroying them. But how much reality, you know, can you impart on your kids without making sure that this reality isn't going to ruin them?
Right.
It's a really hard dance to try to navigate with these children, but they've got to be aware. There's nothing more these kids can do that we haven't already done. We've made, you know, doors bulletproof, but Allie reported that her witness said that he saw the shooter go around to a window. Well, how many bulletproof windows can you put into schools all over America? You can't. You've got to get to the root problem. There's no more bubble wrapping or Kevlar wrapping that we can do with schools and children. We've just got to stop this insanity, this gun violence, this teen angst, the terror that these teenagers are going through, and then the availability that they can do something about it with a weapon.
And like you said, Ashley, this really is an American problem. It appears to be uniquely American. I mean, right now we were talking about Uvalde, Texas. A week and a half ago, we were talking across the country to the Northeast in Buffalo, New York. We have really reported these mass shootings all over the country. And as you said, you know, sadly, it's the same scene pretty much every time. You know, fill in maybe minor details that are different. So in this situation, talk to us about the investigation. I know that you said that you were on the scene at Sandy Hook when this happened in 2011. Very similar scenes, sadly. But talk about the investigation, where it stands right now, because of course this is such an immense investigation that will continue.
Yeah, so it will take some time, and the horror that I'm just thinking about right now is the off-site location where all of the parents of all of those children who go to that elementary school are waiting to find out if they'll be reunited with their children. And one by one, I remember it like it was yesterday, Nicole, but the parents that got word that they were not going to be reunited with their children, they watched all the other parents get notified and then leave that family reunification center. And they just kept waiting for their turn. And as that crowd got thinner and thinner,
yeah, Ashley, that gives me goosebumps. And I don't have children, but just thinking of, you know, as you see the crowd get smaller, and, you know, your absolute worst fears realized.
Yeah, they described it in detail, and I'm glad they did, because everybody needs to know what's going on behind the scenes, right? It's not just a news story on cable today. It's someone's hell, and it's a lot of people's hell today. But
Ashley,
they said
I'm so sorry.
Yes. They waited for their turn, and ultimately realized, you know, it took hours and hours of this hell for these parents, Nicole, before finally the tens and tens of people finally in that center were, you know, left and got their good news. And then eventually, you know, the new reality for the Sandy Hook parents set in, and that was that they were going to live their lives now with a horrifying new normal and try to change this for the rest of the country. And I can only imagine what they're thinking right now as they see, well, I guess, you know, what we've gone through in vain, because all these parents are going to go through the exact same thing again.
You know, and Ashley, talk about that. I know that you have interviewed so many people. I know that you spoke with a first responder who had to make that horrible, horrible notification.
You know, there were so many of them, right? Like, this was just huge. I got to be honest, I think the worst moment I went through, other than those first few hours at Sandy Hook, was watching a few days later as a collection of hearses drove through the center of town with tiny caskets in them. You could see it. It was almost like it was a movie. It didn't seem real. These hearses, one after another, and everybody, all the media, all of us who were gathered just fell absolutely silent from this image of these little coffins going by in these hearses. You could see the coffins through the window. And it was a parade of horrible, right? A parade of horribles, one after the other. You know, we were never let inside that school. That they razed the school, they demolished that school. My thought is that likely this school will ultimately be demolished as well. There's just so many things that these people are about to go through that the Sandy Hook parents can literally write the playbook for them, but they shouldn't have to. They just shouldn't.
They shouldn't. And it only gets worse. And I've been to the funeral of a child, and I can tell you it is one of the worst things seeing that little casket. Ashley, talk about the suspect, what we know so far. Police authorities saying that he appears to have shot his grandmother, hearing from authorities that his girlfriend threatening to finish what he started. Just talk to us about this suspect and what we know. I mean, we know that he's deceased, appears to have been shot by a member of the SWAT team.
Yeah, there will be a huge investigation into this, Nicole. Just the fact that he's dead doesn't mean that this isn't a huge police action, right? Because you don't know what else there is. You don't know if this girlfriend, who seems to know what is going on and seems to have a motive to continue it, she will be a fountain of knowledge, hopefully. And who knows, there may be charges against that young woman if she helped, if she furthered any of this, if she was a cheerleader for any of this. There may be some kind of, of conspirator charge that she will face for this. I have no idea if she's just spouting or if she actually did, help in the advancement of this this hideous demonic plot. We know that there was a shootout from the witnesses prior to him entering the school. There was a shootout with authorities who were in pursuit, this according to witnesses, who were in pursuit of him after the killing of his grandmother. And again, so much of this just parrots what happened with Adam Lanza. He killed his mother, he went right to the school, he shot out the windows of the secure door in the front of the elementary school. He got in and he went, specifically door to door, and mostly for first graders. I don't know what this man's motive was or what his strategic plan was, or if he even had one. But there will be an investigation of every single aspect of his life, every single person he's spoken to, every friend of his, every family member, if there are any left. And they will try to figure out a number of things. Did anyone sell those guns illegally? Was anybody else responsible for this? Did anybody contribute to the mass murder of these children in any way, even if it was encouragement?
Right.
Because we know through Michelle Carter, encouragement matters. So
Ashley,
that's where this is going.
Absolutely. Please, Ashley, stick around. I'm sure we will check back in with you. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Ashley Banfield, host of News Nation's Banfield. We're going to continue our breaking news coverage of this mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, when we come back.
Are your sneezes? Their time, their money, their efforts, and their resources into preventing this type of individual from having access to our kids again in the future when they want to do them harm.
Hey, Philip, I have a question. Your expertise is hardening soft targets, and there's definitely a bigger challenge with schools in rural or suburban areas as opposed to, let's say, courthouses in the city or even schools in the city, in which are more compact. How would you go? What's the difference in hardening soft targets in a rural setting where you have maybe a single story, but it's spread out?
Yeah, I saw recently the other day a story on Fox News about dads who wanted to go and help patrol, their schools, get volunteers, okay? There are individuals, even in rural communities. Every sheriff's office in the state of Georgia, I think, has reserve sheriff's units. These are individuals who are unpaid volunteers who would be happy to volunteer their time to go safeguard schools when it's needed. Put the call out, and individuals, in my experience, will step up and meet the call. They will do it for free. Sometimes it doesn't take money to solve problems. It takes human beings with skill sets who are willing to volunteer their time. They are out there, and we should use them.
All right. Thank you very much, Phil Holloway. He sure gave us a lot to think about, Judge.
Yeah, he did. And I think the idea of not just hardening the perimeter, but having someone who is in a position to protect the children. I mean, these children they're babies. They really are babies. And I think that you've got a lot of people now, retired cops, retired sheriffs, who'd be more than happy to protect kids. I think right now, and I don't want to get into the politics of it, but we've got to make sure that people understand, especially the schools and the teachers, that we need this. It is a crazy world today. It's very different than it was 5 years ago. But we need to do something about it, and I think this is one of the only ways is to actually protect the school and the children.
Do you think there's the political will to do that, Geraldo?
I think that at this NRA annual convention on Friday, when you have Governor Abbott and you have President Trump and you have Senator Cruz, let these three men, arguably the most important trio in the Republican Party, let them give us a roadmap. Let them suggest something other than Second Amendment, this or that. I'm an old man who's been around too long, and I have 5 children, and I worry every day about them. I worry about every school kid. I want them to be safe. I want to feel safe about them.
Oh, go ahead. Oh. Well, there's an old man who's speaking tonight. His name is President Joe Biden. And he needs to match this moment because so far in his presidency, he has not. This country does not trust him. They think he has divided us. They think he's distracted and incompetent. This is his moment to not politicize it, to try to show some comfort and healing. And it remains to be seen if he's capable of that.
All right, we'll be watching at 8:15 when the president speaks. Greg?
I've got nothing to add except, what a terrible, terrible event, and your hearts should be with the parents.
Amen.
God bless those families who have to deal with this nightmare.
Yeah, and we saw some of the footage of some of the anguish in the parents' faces as they're waiting to hear the news. And thank God there's that level 1 child trauma center so close by. That's it for us. Special report continues with breaking news out of Texas.
A 40% increase in overdose deaths, and the sheriff told county commissioners
in Texas, as another gunman turns another place for young people to learn into another uniquely American nightmare.
He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. There are families who are in mourning right now, and the state of Texas is in mourning with them.
15 lives taken, so many more lives, so many families shattered forever. We'll have extensive live reporting and perspective on perhaps the saddest fact of modern American life. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We begin, sadly, with yet another mass shooting here in the United States, this time at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. CNN's Ed Lavandera is in Dallas. He's got the latest information for us. What are authorities, Ed, saying about how this happened? What's the latest information we have?
Wolf, a horrific day in Uvalde, Texas, and across this country as once again we are reeling from this horrific news as the governor of Texas announced just a short while ago 14 of the 15 victims shot at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas today were children. The top security officer for the school district there in Uvalde says that at the school it was second, third, and fourth graders that were in that building. So that gives you a sense of the age ranges that we will be looking at as we learn the identities of these young children in the coming days. And one adult was killed as well. Many of these victims were rushed to area hospitals, one there in Uvalde, another one in San Antonio. The governor of Texas says that around noon this afternoon, a lone gunman An 18-year-old from Uvalde walked into the school, drove up, abandoned his vehicle, walked into the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle. It is not clear exactly what kind of weaponry was used at this point, but clearly enough to inflict horrific damage and on the members of that school community there. We are still trying to unravel what the motive might have been in this situation, but for the thousands of people who live in Uvalde, motive doesn't matter at this point because this is a community grieving. Uvalde is a small community. The entire county has, I believe, about 25,000 people or so. It's about 80 miles west of San Antonio. It is a largely Latino community that lives there, not too far from the U.S.-Mexico border as well. Just a little bit of color to kind of get you a sense of what this community is like. And it is a horrific situation as the school officials, local law enforcement continue to work the scene. The governor also said that a number of police officers exchanged gunfire with the suspect. The suspect in the 18-year-old is also dead as well. Customs and Border Protection. Remember, federal law enforcement agencies are very prevalent in this part of Texas because of the work they do on the border. A Customs and Border Protection agent was one of the first officers to arrive there at the scene. We are told that one of those agents suffered a gunshot wound to the head. It did not penetrate. That agent is expected to survive, as well as another law enforcement officer that was wounded as well. So those are the other types of storylines that we are monitoring here this afternoon as well, Wolf. But again, the horrific headline emerging from South Texas today, 14 children killed at Robb Elementary, and also one adult. The gunman, who we are told acted alone, is also dead. Wolf?
Do we have any information about the shooter and his supposed motive for killing these 14 elementary school kids and an elementary school teacher there?
No, well, we know it's an 18-year-old from Uvalde. The governor has given a name. We're doing some more work on that before we go down the road of reporting that out. But we were trying to get and square away more information, so we're more confident in the reporting on that. But an 18-year-old from Uvalde, we are told, is the gunman who acted alone in this case.
You mentioned these were second, third, and fourth graders. That's roughly 7 to 10-year-old kids. Is that right?
Yeah, the top security officer there for the school district said that at the school it is comprised of second, third, and fourth graders. So yeah, you do the breakdown of the ages for kids generally in that grade level, and those are exactly the kind of horrific scenes that we're going to be learning about. And as we learn the names and see the faces of these young children in the coming days, if family members are willing to share that with us, this is clearly very reminiscent of what we saw in Sandy Hook. And Wolf, one of the things that I think really stands out to me is just a few hours ago, school officials were urging family members to go not to the school but to a nearby civic center, and that is where they would be reunified with their children who were there at the school. We've seen video of buses full of school children, those that survived the attack, being taken to this civic center. And if you recall what happened at Sandy Hook, it was those moments where the parents there at the public building where they were told and reunited with their family members, and at the end of the afternoon, it was the family members who had lost children who were there left alone. And I remember the reporting from those days is that you could hear the yelling and screaming of the anguished parents who were there. I would imagine that scenes like this right now are playing out in the town of Uvalde as well. Wolf?
Yeah, you can only imagine. It's so heartbreaking to even think of parents going to this location to try to find their kids and being told their kids aren't there, and then they discover their kids have been murdered for no reason at all. This is so heartbreaking. It's such a terrible situation that's unfolding in Uvalde, Texas right now. Ed, I want you to stay with us. We're going to get back to you. I know you're working your sources. You're getting all the latest information. We'll check back with you throughout this hour. Right now, the flags are already flying at half-staff over at the White House. President Biden is flying home from the Far East right now. He's expected to address the nation later tonight once he lands in Washington. CNN's Phil Mattingly is joining us right now. Phil, what's the latest on how President Biden and the White House are reacting to this mass killing?
Well, Wolf, as you noted, the president is aboard Air Force One on his way back from Tokyo, Japan. And keep in mind, just 2 days before he left for his two-country swing through Asia, he was in Buffalo, mourning the loss, the murder of 10 people due to gun violence, making clear that it was something that was a significant problem, that things needed to be done. He's now returning from a trip, and he will be addressing the same exact issues. Obviously, circumstances different, motives different as well, but the president has been briefed aboard Air Force One. He will continue to receive briefings on his way home over the course of the next hour or so, and upon landing shortly thereafter, he will address the nation related to this shooting that left 14 children dead, as well as a teacher. It will be at 8:15 p.m. in the Roosevelt Room, a pretty high-profile primetime address. And just to echo some of the things that Ed was talking about, this harkens back or has echoes to the murders in Sandy Hook. President Biden was then Vice President Biden. He's often referred to that day as one of the worst, if not the worst, of the 8 years he and President Obama were in office. He was also President Obama's point person on efforts to take legislative action in response to that shooting, efforts that fell short. He mentions those efforts. Often, obviously, he has attempted to move through gun restrictions that have been blocked by Senate Republicans over the course of his time in office. It is likely he will make a new push for those. White House officials making clear they're still waiting for more details, more information about what's transpired. But there's no question about it. As the president commemorated or tried to remember the 9th anniversary of those Sandy Hook shootings just a couple of months ago, he said, "We need more than prayers. We owe these families action." It's something you will likely hear him echo again tonight as the White House and the president continue to get more information about this horrific shooting down in Texas, Wolf.
Yeah, they keep talking about what they call common sense gun control, but it fails repeatedly. You can't get that legislation through the House and the Senate, and that's so frustrating, especially to the president, right?
Yeah, there's no question about it. There are a few issues that bring a more emotional response from President Biden than the issues of gun violence, particularly mass shootings, and I think unquestionably shootings as it relates to children. It's so horrific, it's so unfathomable, and yet it is so the exact opposite when you look at what's happened in this country over the course of the last several years, from Sandy Hook to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Obviously, once again today, you saw Senator Chris Murphy, the Connecticut Democrat who's worked so much on this issue on the Senate floor just an hour ago, saying, what are we doing? What are we doing here? And while there is no clear answer as to the motive yet or how this all happened, there does seem to be kind of a shaken response that this is once again happening, and there has been no legislative response. Whether there will be one is still an open question. I will say, Wolf, the president immediately returning from a foreign trip and giving a primetime address from the Roosevelt Room underscores he wants to shine a spotlight on what happened, make clear the horrors of what occurred, and I think that will be reflected in his remarks in terms of what happens next. I think it's an open question. One thing we do know, if passed as president, legislatively, not a lot, but it will be interesting. Officials that I've spoken to here say they need to find out more about what happened before they go down that pathway. But the president has been unequivocal about the need to do something legislatively. What that is, obviously, is an open question, given how little has been done legislatively in the wake of so many of these events in the past.
Yeah, 14 elementary school kids, little kids, second, third, fourth graders, simply shot down for no reason at all at the elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. One school teacher shot and killed as well. Phil Mattingly, we'll get back to you. Thank you very much. For more now on the federal response to what's going on, I want to go to CNN's Evan Perez, who's joining us. Evan, what more is the federal government saying at this hour about this horrible, horrible mass murder and the response by law enforcement?
Yes, Wolf. Well, one of the focuses of the law enforcement response there is to figure out the motive of why this happened. We know that immediately after the call for help from the elementary school there in Uvalde, that the Customs and Border Protection agents were nearby. Obviously, the location of this town, this is an area where CBP is the largest federal law enforcement in the area. So according to our reporting from Priscilla Alvarez, CBP agents were able to get there. One agent in particular was struck in the head. He is going to be okay. It appears that he might have been wearing some kind of protection, but he was engaging with the gunman when he arrived there at the school. That gives you a sense, Wolf, that this was going on certainly for a little while. The number of people killed obviously gives us a sense that that this was going on for a little while, but it appears the federal response was quite rapid, quite immediate, and a CBP officer was injured in the shooting. We learned also from Texas Governor Abbott that there were at least 2 officers who were injured as part of the response of this, Wolf, and we believe, according to the local officials there, that the shooter was killed by law enforcement. They were the ones that killed him, and that's how this scene ended. Wolf?
As you note, Evan, U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel there now have responded to the scene of this shooting. What more are you learning about that and about other federal law enforcement who may already be on the scene, FBI, ATF, and others?
Right, exactly. And the FBI and the ATF have now arrived, again, because of the location of Uvalde, close to the Mexican border. The presence of CBP is they're the largest federal law enforcement in that area. This is a small town. Again, it's close to the Mexican.
In on your Memorial Day weekend forecast in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Jay. Native Nations Cannabis in Flandreau is expanding. Its latest project ahead.
And tallying up the storm damage in order to apply for financial assistance. Next.
If you have COPD,
pro-life voting record, the 4 farm bill.
And I truly don't know what the answer is here. Phil, talk to us about how, this is every parent's worst nightmare. We know that kids are trained. They do these active shooter drills, something that I never had to do, something I assume that you never had to do in school. But how, when you have a crime scene that's this large, authorities are coming in, they're not sure what they're going to find, they're not sure what they're responding to. We know that when authorities did arrive on the scene, there were at least 14 people down, 14 children down, 1 teacher down. How do they secure a scene that is so large, that is so massive, where things are unfolding and it's so hard to know what's going on?
Well, one thing is law enforcement has evolved to address this threat. Once we know that it's happening and where it's happening, law enforcement has developed really high-level tactics for responding to active threats. So we're good at responding to it. It's just a question of how much mayhem has been inflicted before they get there and are able to take down the assailant. And then in terms of securing a large environment like this, that's why you see so much response. One, for that immediate active response to secure the situation, but then you need lots of law enforcement to establish a perimeter, to begin the investigative process where photos, measurements, analysis is going to take place in case there is additional investigation required, in case this needs more analysis as it moves into court.
And so, Phil, what will happen later on tonight as this investigation enters the evening hours after the sun has gone down? What happens today?
They're going to try to do everything they can to finish their investigation before night falls. And that's why you've seen such a surge of investigators on the area, on just the investigative piece, not just the active piece. And I would expect that by nightfall, they will have accomplished much of that investigation. This is not going to be a school that opens anytime soon. The sad truth is that there's a lot of cleanup that needs to take place. And that needs to be done. That will probably be activated pretty quickly after the investigative portion finishes, and they're going to present what they know to the public. So I wouldn't expect that to take too many more hours into the evening. Though this is a large area, it looks like most of the actual mayhem was conducted in a much smaller area.
Absolutely. Former FBI agent Phil Andrew, thank you so much for your time. And we're taking a live look now. You can see residents there just absolutely stunned. This mass shooting happening in Uvalde, Texas. As we go to break, we're giving you a live look. This is the White House. You can see the flag is at half staff there. We know President Biden is going to address the nation about this shooting at 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central. We'll be right back.
You've had no choice.
No choice. No choice. If you've been looking for real news, you've had no choice until now. News Nation is new. We're different.
We're not taking sides or leaning into political agendas. If you're looking for the news without the noise,
you have the freedom to choose.
Come back to something different. Come back to balance.
Come back to fearless reporting. Come back to the news. News Nation.
News for all America.
Everyone remembers.
And I can tell you, I'm also crying. I remember in 2007 in Virginia Tech, where 32 were shot and killed there on that campus. And the one thing that has a connection with what took place today in my mind was I just started thinking, these students were let off at school by their parents, and they are on a school bus, or they left their home with a hug. And now these parents are having to bury their child. They can't hug them any longer. This is certainly something that unfortunately is taking place in America, and it really shouldn't. We have got to be, Brett, more reactive. We got to be more, I stand to be corrected, proactive than reactive. We've got to try to find a solution to this. Right now, we've got a crime scene. There's a great deal of confusion. There's a great deal of hurt. I have been to Uvalde, Texas, and I can tell you it's a town of about 15,000 people, and everybody knows everybody. And on a Friday night, all you have to do is to go to a football game and speak to everybody. This is a tragedy of epic proportion.
What could have been done, Ted? I mean, we talk about hardening targets. I just talked to the Attorney General of Texas. It didn't seem like they were prepared for this, but they took down the shooter pretty quickly.
Well, they did, and the thing about it is, again, it's because we are more reactive than proactive. You know, Brett, we've had this thing about police officers. Well, we don't want that many police officers. We want to defund. We want to do this. We need these law enforcement officers in these schools. Oh, well, we don't want police officers in school. Yes, we do, because we need somebody to protect our young. You just said it earlier, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds that are not coming home tonight. And maybe if a security officer was in that school, and I don't know if one was, but they may very well have been able to take this shooter down before he killed 14 of our young and brightest students. This is the end of the school year, where kids should be joyous, be happy. And now we've got this sad situation taking place there in Texas. It's just troubling to me.
Last thing, Ted, you know, in the wake of Sandy Hook, which again is almost 10 years ago, do you think that the country learned anything or did anything to change in different places around the country in the wake of that shooting? Remember, Sandy Hook had 20 killed, again, young children. It was one of the most horrific mass shootings, and this could be the most horrific. We don't have final numbers yet.
No, we don't. And you know, I'm sick and tired of coming on this set and hearing 10 people killed, or in a subway in New York, 10 people killed, Buffalo, New York. Then we find out that in Sandy Hook, we find out here in Uvalde, at this stage, 14 killed. And what we do is we mourn, we groan, we gripe, we talk about what we should do in the future, and we move on until there's another killing or mass killing in this country. We need to get it together. We need law enforcement. We need lawmakers to help to save our children. They are our precious children. And they're dying. They're dying in the streets. They're dying in these schools. All because people don't want to face the reality. And the reality is that we've got a lot of mentally ill people that have guns. We have a lot of people who shouldn't have guns, having guns. We need to face the reality of it, what's going on in this country right now, unfortunately.
Ted Williams, we always appreciate your perspective. Thank you. Sandy Hook tweeting out, mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. We are devastated about reports, multiple people dead, including children. Our hearts are with the families and community as this tragic story unfolds. Obviously with a unique perspective on that as you look live in Uvalde, Texas. Those families, as Bill Melugin mentioned, gathering in a center there, getting the most horrific news about 7, 8, 9-year-old children who were gunned down by an 18-year-old who then was taken down by authorities. Let's bring in our panel. Harold Ford Jr., former Tennessee congressman, co-host of The Five. Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief at The Federalist, and former White House press secretary Ari Fleischer. Ari, you dealt with a number of these kinds of events and shootings during your time as White House press secretary. We've seen them increase over the years. Your thoughts on this day and where we go from here?
Well, the immediate most important thing is the compassion and the support that needs to be extended to the families and to everybody at the school. Even those who didn't lose their children, they're traumatized. And that community is going to come together, and they need the help from everybody and love from everybody. Beyond that, it's such a feeling of hopelessness, isn't it? I don't live very far from Newtown, Connecticut, where that killing took place, and it changed all the elementary schools in the area where I am from. And you can't even get into elementary schools up here anymore. They're double doors. They're locked. And if you walk in that first door, you can't get through the second door. We're going to have to harden our elementary schools. It's going to take decades. And I'm afraid that is the only practical thing I can think of. Everything else will get lost in the politics and the blame game.
Yeah, which is sad in and of itself. Harold, your thoughts? You have young children, and on this day, the parents receiving that news is the thing that everybody just thinks about. What if it was? What if it was me?
Brett, thanks, and Ari, I agree with you wholeheartedly. My kids were coming in the door from sports as the story was unfolding, as I was beginning to see it unfold on television. And I can only imagine every parent, my kids are 7 and 8, any parent with any age child, young child, is gonna hug even and hug and love even harder and closer this evening. I think Ari's right about what we have to do in schools, but one of the things public officials have to, be it law enforcement or those elected to public office, have to ponder at this moment is what can be done differently and what can be done as fast as possible. First, we need to get to the bottom of what happened here in this situation. It's obviously, I pray for those families, and I hope these numbers do not go up, the death toll numbers. But as Bill Melugin and others, who in his great reporting earlier, what we learned is that the numbers may go up, and even Trace Gallagher, as he covered this earlier. Schools and streets, subways, public places like grocery stores. I think we have to be willing to confront the conversation around guns and figure out if there are things, sensible things that we can do. Of course, it's a hard charge and highly politicized conversation at times, but one thing we know for certain, and I think that your last guest, the former D.C. police detective said it earlier, there are too many guns on the streets. This is not a statement about the Second Amendment. This is just a statement that too many of the wrong people have guns in their hands. And how are homeless people and others getting guns in their hands when they can't feed themselves and can't support themselves, but somehow or another can find the money to buy a gun? Again, we need to get to the bottom of all this, that there's a lot of heartfelt condolences and other things that are going out to these families in this community, and I certainly don't want to interrupt that. But those in public life shouldn't shirk their responsibilities. We need to have these hard, uncomfortable conversations about what we can do to prevent these kinds of things from happening going forward.
Molly?
You know, I do think at times like this, people sort of take comfort in talking about political answers to what's happening at this school and in so many other mass shootings, and that's fine. I mean, restoring peace and order to our society, it is a political question and it does need to be debated. It's also true that this is evil and that there are things beyond politics that we need to do. We just seem to be a completely broken country that does not love one another. The person who committed this horrible act is responsible alone for what happened. But there are bigger issues in play about how we treat one another, the love we show, whether we value human life. And this is something political, but it's also something much more than political. And I think everybody should think about the people in their lives, love one another, think about how to show love to people that you maybe don't normally show love to address the brokenness and fallenness, and to pray for relief from this sin that is besieging us, throughout the land. This is the second mass shooting in 10 days, and it's untenable what we have here. And it's, again, politics is an appropriate response, but this is something much deeper. There's a moral rot going on that we all need to dig in and try to address.
Thank you. Panel, stand by if you would. I want to head to David.
For these Republican politicians to hide behind kind words that offer condolences but don't offer any real solution or moral courage to make the changes necessary to prevent these kinds of occurrences in the future.
Julian Castro and Ade Osadolor Hernandez, thanks to both of you for your perspectives and your thoughts at this difficult time. I want to give folks an update before we bring in another expert. If you did get home and you did turn on your TV and you're tracking what's going on here, 14 children gunned down today in an elementary school in Texas, along with one teacher. The shooter reported dead, and we've been reporting out the facts of this case, what we're learning, parents being informed, some of the images you see on your screen, this grim, terrible, tragic, routine, I use that word deliberately as I did earlier in our coverage, this routine facet of American life today. We see mass shootings again and again in our nation. It is especially hard to stomach when we see innocent children gunned down as victims, specifically targeted, and you see the stats here from December 2012 Sandy Hook, 20 first graders killed. Today, about a decade later, a reminder that children are in the crossfire of this policy debate over guns and this very real public safety epidemic where guns are so easy to get and use, including in our schools.
Breaking news, tragedy in Texas. An elementary school shooting leaves at least 14 students and a teacher dead. Even more injured. Tonight, the latest details. A gunman opens fire on second, third, and fourth graders. The horrifying latest about what happened inside a school in Uvalde, Texas. Plus, the investigation. The FBI, ATF on the scene, trying to piece it all together. Tonight, what we're learning about yet another mass shooting in America. Anguish in the nation's capital. The senator who represented Sandy Hook Elementary School, where 20 kids were killed, his desperate pleas.
But I'm here on this floor to beg, work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely.
Plus, President Biden set to address the country. That and tonight's other top headlines.
This is the CBS Evening.
In these times. The other news this Tuesday night, primaries underway in 5 states. The Georgia race tonight, former President Trump supporting one candidate for governor. His former Vice President Mike Pence supporting the other Republican candidate. Where this race stands at this hour and what this says beyond this race. We're also tracking the monkeypox outbreak here in the U.S. At least 8 confirmed or suspected cases across 6 states now. The CDC releasing some of the vaccine from the national stockpile, who this is meant for, and what authorities are now saying tonight. The war in Ukraine, the brutal push by Russia in the east, and the gruesome discovery tonight in Mariupol. Ian Panel in Ukraine. In New York City tonight, the deadly attack on the subway, that Goldman Sachs worker killed at random. Tonight, the suspect now in custody and what's now been revealed. And the Robin Roberts exclusive tonight with the wife of WNBA star Brittany Griner, breaking her silence. The message she's sending tonight.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening and thank you for joining us on yet another difficult night in this country. A mass shooting, this time at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Governor Greg Abbott late today confirming 14 children were killed, one teacher killed as well. The governor identifying the gunman as an 18-year-old student at the high school there, Salvador Ramos. And the governor said he shot and killed his grandmother before he went to that school. Inside the elementary school, authorities say second, third, and fourth graders in the middle of their school day when the first call came in around 11:32 in the morning in Uvalde, a rural community about 85 miles west of San Antonio. A witness telling me on the air this afternoon that he saw the children who survived this running from the school. A massive law enforcement response to reports of an active shooter, the school put on lockdown, police, the sheriff's department, the FBI, and Border Patrol all rushing to the scene. And desperate parents arriving at the scene too, searching for answers on their children. Our reporter at the scene describing to me the father who approached her, saying he could not find his child. Many of the students taken to the Civic Center to be reunited with their parents, but that's also where some of the parents were given the horrific news. President Biden flying home from his trip to Asia, ordering flags lowered to half staff. He will address the nation tonight. It was just 10 days ago he ordered flags lowered after the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York. Tonight, the heartbreak, the anguish in this small, tight-knit community, and what we've also just learned about the suspect. And federal authorities tonight and what they're so concerned about in these times, the warning signs for communities across this country. We begin tonight with ABC's Maria Villarreal on the scene in Uvalde, Texas.
Multiple federal, state, and local law enforcement swarming Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, a school for second, third, and fourth graders at 11:32 local time.
We need to respond to South Grove and Mill Street to establish a perimeter.
FBI, ATF, and Border Patrol racing to the scene. The school with some 600 students locked down, students reportedly crawling through windows to escape, parents desperate for any information.
How long have you been looking for her today?
Since it happened.
What are you worried about right now?
She may not be alive.
Governor Greg Abbott reporting the lone suspect, identified as Salvador Ramos, was a member of the community, a student at Uvalde High School.
An 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Ramos, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him.
A 66-year-old woman reportedly in critical condition. 2 responding officers were also shot, but are expected to survive.
In addition to that, it is being reported that the subject shot his grandmother right before he went into the school.
Uvalde, a tight-knit community of about 14,000 people, in a state of shock. The school's last day was set to be this Thursday.
And Maria Villarreal joins us tonight from Uvalde, Texas. And Maria, you and I were on the air this afternoon when you told us about the father who had just approached you, asking you if you knew anything. And this, I really think, told the story of all of these parents in this community, this time Uvalde, Texas, arriving at the scene just searching for anything they could find out about their own children.
David, it was an absolutely heartbreaking situation. Not just him, but he was with his brother. They asked me if I knew where the funeral home was. But he wasn't the only one. There were several parents, grandfathers, aunts, uncles that were running down the streets here near this elementary school looking for their children, trying to find out. What we do know right now is that The children that are missing that they were looking for, roughly all around the age of 10. Behind me, there is a mobile command center that has been set up by the Texas Rangers. It was brought in specifically because this is a large crime scene, a large incident that just cannot be handled by local law enforcement. We have a lot of Border Patrol on site, Texas, DPS, people coming in all the way from San Antonio to help in this investigation. But absolutely right now, a very heartbreaking situation. As we just saw a few minutes ago, a family sitting on the curb just about 30 feet from me, waiting for information on their loved one, on their 10-year-old loved one. We're going to continue to follow this out here, David, as it continues to develop throughout the night.
And one more question for you, Maria. I know you're a mother yourself. Very difficult to respond to the scene of one of these stories yet again in this country. Before authorities identify any of these children, we're going to leave that obviously up to them because they have the painful task of talking to all of these families. You also mentioned that many of these parents told you that they were looking for their 10-year-olds. See him again, let me know.
So when we first pulled up, we spoke with an aunt. She told us that the missing child in their family was 10 years old. The father that I spoke with also told us a 10-year-old. And then when I spoke with the grandfather here just a few minutes ago, he said that also his granddaughter was 10 years old. They're all talking to each other right now on text message in a group chain and also on a closed private Facebook page. This is the only way they can get answers and share them with each other because the school district right now is staying very close-lipped on the information and the investigation.
All right, Maria Villarreal leading us off tonight from Uvalde, Texas. Maria, thank you. We're learning more at this hour about the 18-year-old who authorities say went into this school and did this. Let's bring in our senior investigative reporter, Aaron Katersky, who first reported for us this afternoon that this was actually a student at the high school there, and this student had actually shot and killed his own grandmother before he went to the school.
Someone of the community, David, a student, either current or former, at Uvalde High School, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos killed his grandmother, according to the authorities, and then turned the gun on those elementary school students, preliminarily third and fourth graders that were killed, the 14 students. And at this point, police believe he acted alone, but they're now scouring social media accounts that have been linked to the suspect, and they're finding images of guns and other violent content. David, authorities are also now tracing a long gun believed to have been used in the shooting. The governor mentioned a handgun as well. Still many questions, but right now they believe he did act alone.
Gosh, when you hear about them scouring social media, it gives you echoes of the mass shooting we were covering together just, 10 days ago, and whether or not there were any warning signs for this community. Aaron, thank you. I want to turn to the White House now because we have learned that the president has asked flags to be lowered to half staff. The president
killed Senator Rob Portman.
And they were going to choose to come across the Mexican border because that was the easier way to get access to our country. We've got to deal with this issue.
And the court records allege an Iraqi general who supported U.S. operations was the suspect's second target. Separately, a spokesman for President Bush said he has all the confidence in the world in the Secret Service, law enforcement, and intelligence communities. John.
Catherine Herridge, great reporting. Thank you. Now to the ongoing baby formula shortage. A second Air Force cargo plane loaded with formula from Germany is expected to arrive in Virginia.
Grandparents of these young kids who were murdered for no reason whatsoever. There could be no motive in going to an elementary school and just killing these kids.
Well, I mean, Wolf, like in times like this, especially right after this mass murder, you feel bad, even as a politician, you feel bad talking about politics or starting to point the finger at people, right? Because people are mourning and people are grieving. But look, you asked the question, many of us have tried to pass laws that would make it harder for this to happen. It doesn't mean that it would never happen or that it would be impossible for it to happen, but it would make it harder for it to happen, whether it's background checks or making sure that people who are mentally unstable can't get these weapons, taking weapons of war off the streets. All of these things have been tried, have been attempted by the Congress over the last several years. But you have politicians, Republican politicians, who have stopped every single effort to do something about it. So, there have been attempts to change it, and I know to some people that sounds overly partisan and those are the facts. Those are the facts. That is what has happened.
Because every time there is an incident like this, you hear about efforts to deal with mentally unstable people who can simply go out there and buy a weapon of mass destruction, go out there and buy a gun or a rifle or some sort of assault type weapon and go out there and eventually start killing wonderful, wonderful people, whether in my hometown of Buffalo or whether in Uvalde, which is what, about a 90-minute drive from where you are in Texas, your district in Texas. Give us a little bit more, if you can, Congressman, about this area around Uvalde, the people who live there.
You know, it's really like a salt of the earth kind of place. I mean, these are, you know, for the most part, humble, hardworking people. It's considered a rural area. It's about 15,000 people, but it's one of the main cities. If you drive from San Antonio on Highway 90, going west towards Del Rio and really towards the U.S.-Mexico border, it's like the big town that you come across, believe it or not, at 15,000 people. It's kind of like the halfway point in the big town that you come across, and it's a great community. It's just a tight-knit community. It's almost 80% Latino, really mostly Mexican-American, you know, overwhelmingly Mexican-American. And so I realize that we don't know the motive yet and we don't have all the information. You know, my heart just sank, because I'm just hoping that it's not another situation like El Paso or Buffalo where people were targeted because of their race and because of their ethnicity. You know, but it's, you know, it's a great community.
Yeah, it's and every time I just think about the moms and dads and the grandparents who are now wondering if their little loved one is alive and going to that school area to see if they can find their loved one, it just so painful to even think about that. So bottom line right now, Congressman, what can the U.S. Congress do? And indeed, what can the President of the United States do to help the people of Uvalde right now during this horrific, horrific tragedy?
Well, you know, I think tonight we'll see the President offer condolences to a nation, because when you have 14 kids that are murdered in a mass murder, it shocks the conscience in a way like no other thing, I think, when you have little kids, just like when it happened in 2012 at Sandy Hook. So, you know, the President is going to offer condolences to a shocked nation, but also the administration should think of every way that it can with executive orders to make a difference in this situation. That doesn't absolve the Congress from taking action. And like I said, we have live bills in Congress right now on things like background checks, on making sure that mentally unfit persons are not able to get a firearm, you know, just everything, you know, and oftentimes when it comes to policy, you'll see that oftentimes different policies are pit against each other. So people, oftentimes Republicans want to say, no, it's a mental health issue, or it's just a law enforcement issue, or it's just a gun issue. I don't think that we need to pit those things against each other. I think that you can pursue policy that deals with all of those things. And that's what the Congress should do.
Yeah, I keep hearing that Congress should do that, but sadly, Congress doesn't do it for whatever reason. And it's and we see the impact of the availability of these guns to people who should not have these kinds of weapons at all. As you probably heard, I don't know.
The governor
go ahead.
The governor has made the state more dangerous by making it easier for people to get guns, no questions asked. No permit, no background, no training, I should say, and has made it easier over the last several years. And so the Congress needs to do something, but the governor and the state legislature also need to act.
Indeed they do. The Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, tweeted this tonight just a little while ago. Let me put it up on the screen. He's asking people to join him in praying for Texans impacted by the shooting. I mean, it's one thing, you know, hearts and prayers and thoughts. It's another thing to take specific action to prevent people from getting their arms on these weapons of mass destruction along these lines. Paxton also spoke, by the way, to Newsmax, suggested arming teachers as a potential solution to school shootings. Thoughts and prayers, calls to arm teachers. What American schools needs, is that what America's schools need the most right now, Congressman?
No, the answer is not to arm teachers and create an even more dangerous situation by having a lot more people with guns there who are poorly trained probably, and many of them who don't want to have them. And, you know, it's a way, I think, for the Attorney General to avoid the real issue, which is he and the governor and the state legislature, the Republican majority, have made it more dangerous in Texas by making it a lot easier for people to get weapons that can kill a bunch of people before anybody can even turn around. Literally, before you have a chance to turn around, you're shot.
Yeah, and in addition to these kids, these kids, 15 kids, elementary school kids, second graders, third graders, fourth graders, murdered for no reason. We're just getting word from a San Antonio hospital right now that a 10-year-old little girl is fighting for her life right now, critically injured in a San Antonio hospital. Just think about that. So what's your message, Congressman, to the parents of these kids in Uvalde, Texas tonight?
That the nation mourns with them, that Texas mourns with them, and you know, you keep hoping that these incidents will spur lawmakers, people like myself and others, to finally take action and do something about it and break through this stalemate. And you know, that's what I hope for them, that this didn't happen in vain, that there will be change.
I keep saying every time we have a mass shooting like this, it's hard to believe this is happening in the United States of America, but sadly it is. Congressman Castro, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue this conversation for sure down the road. Appreciate it very, very much. Coming up next, we'll have more on the role of law enforcement right now. A former Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. Metro Police Chief is standing by live. We'll discuss when our special coverage continues right here in the Situation Room.
Be dealing with severe weather, but just a few disturbances moving on through to provide those chances for precipitation. In Aberdeen, quiet rest of the week. Cloud cover will be clearing out throughout the day tomorrow, getting you back to the lower 60s. You'll be in the 70s Thursday, even the 80s on Friday. And finally in Pierre, same story, cloud cover kind of.
The indictment claims that Shihab Ahmed Shihab, an Iraqi citizen, told a federal informant his team, quote, wished to kill former President Bush. Prosecutors say the suspect traveled to Texas to scope out the former president's home. Shihab is being held without bond. And here in New York City tonight, an arrest in what authorities say was that unprovoked killing on the subway on Sunday. 25-year-old Andrew Abdullah turned himself in and was taken into custody hours after police posted his name and photo on social media asking for the public's help. He has 20 prior arrests. Abdullah is accused of shooting Daniel Enriquez, a Goldman Sachs employee who was on his way to Sunday brunch on that Manhattan-bound train. When we come back here tonight, news coming in from North Korea, the latest provocation we are just learning about, and the Robin Roberts exclusive tonight, her interview with the wife of WNBA star Brittany Griner. Her message tonight.
What you're doing to find and prosecute these terrorists that conducted that suicide.
Students killed, one teacher dead as well. We know right now 3 adults and 1 child, a 10-year-old girl, are currently in critical condition. We want to bring in now Hugo Avila. He is going to talk to us. His cousin is a teacher at Robb Elementary. His cousin is currently in surgery. Hugo, so we know that your cousin, then one of the adults, currently in critical condition in the hospital. I'm so sorry that your family is dealing with this. Talk about what you know so far.
Well, thanks be to God. She just got out of surgery about 10 minutes ago and is doing okay. She went through an intense surgery and is going to be okay. So thank God for that. Yep.
Absolutely. Do you know where she was hit? I'm assuming she was hit by gunfire.
She was shot in the stomach and the abdomen. Yep.
And tell us, how did you find out, Hugo? How did you learn about this? Was it from the news reports? Did you get a phone call? Kind of tell us what happened.
I got a phone. I was at the job site and I got a phone call. I was up cutting trees and it was such an odd place to get a phone call that's saying that, hey, I heard your hometown. A guy from a neighboring town in Eagle Pass, Texas, which is about an hour from us, there in Uvalde, and he lives here where I live right now in Evansville, Indiana. And I called and asked if my family was okay, and I'm like, I'm assume so. I mean, why? And he's like, well, there was just a shooting at an elementary school. There's 14 people or some crazy number, and I could not believe. I was like, in Uvalde, really? So I called my mother, and she confirmed that, yeah, your cousin Elsa got shot. She was taken to BAMC in San Antonio, Texas.
And we're so glad that she appears to have made it through surgery. She hopefully will make a full recovery. Hugo, how familiar are you with Uvalde, Texas? How have you been to the community?
I was raised there. I grew up there.
Okay. So when you heard that this happened at an elementary school, we know that there are about 600 students enrolled there, but this is only grades 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I mean, I can't imagine that there would be that many elementary schools. This is a town of only about 16,000, right? So talk to us a little bit about, talk to us about that.
Yeah, Robb Elementary. I mean, I went to Robb, and I can get my how old I was when I went there, what ages, but I think it was a 3rd and 4th grade, I believe. Mm-hmm. And it's changed a little bit now, but yeah, it was 3rd or 4th grade, and it's crazy to think that someone would do that in such a small community. I can't fathom what the community is going through, and
well, and Hugo, talk to us about that, because you say you grew up there in Uvalde. You actually went to this elementary school. Talk to us about the community there. We know it's about an hour away from the border, about 85 miles west of San Antonio, but just talk to us about Uvalde, Texas. What is it like?
Well, Uvalde, you know, it's known for, if people know, it's Matthew McConaughey's from there, and it's mostly Hispanic, Mexican, Mexican American community who hardworking.
Pretty tight knit community, would you say?
Pretty tight knit, absolutely tight knit. Everyone knows each other. Everyone helps each other. It was a beautiful place to grow up in. I loved growing up there.
You know, and Hugo, talk to us. What was your reaction when you got that phone call? You're in Evansville, Indiana. You grew up in Uvalde. Your cousin works at that elementary school and was actually shot, now out of surgery after being shot in her stomach. What was your reaction when you learned about this?
I was like most anyone was shocked. I was like, really? I mean, okay, that happened, but I mean, my cousin. Like, you don't think that, such beautiful people, how that community can go through that. But yeah, I was completely shocked.
Do you know how long your cousin has been working there?
She's been there for a while. That from what I remember, and I remember she was a teacher when I was just a kid myself, and
wow.
So that's pretty much all I can say as far as that's her and being a teacher there.
Right. Just such a shocking situation. Hugo Avila, his cousin, works at Robb Elementary, a teacher there. She was shot in her stomach. We're learning that from Hugo. She has now come out of surgery. She is expected to recover. Hugo, thank you so much for speaking with us again. Our coverage will continue on this ever-evolving situation right now. Active investigation, 14 children, 1 teacher killed today in Uvalde, Texas at Robb Elementary after a mass shooter entered that school building. That's it for Rush Hour on Balance.
News Nation Rush Hour.
Look, and we're still in this place. Congressman, I know you want to answer this question. We just lost your feed again. We're going to get that internet fixed up in Texas. Harold, what do you think of that?
So look, I hear Molly's points, and I think the decline and decay in goodness and decency in the country, unfortunately, we're experiencing that, and evil has been a part of society since the introduction of mankind. I think the only point I make about, we need to think about what we're doing now that's not enough. I listened to the former FBI agent, Maureen O'Connell, and she talked about this from the perspective of things we need to be doing in the school to make schools and the infrastructure safer. I listened to the gentleman from the National Public Safety School Services Company. He talked about those things as well and talked about how kids are facing these issues that, we've got to be sensitive to, mental health issues and others. But as public policymakers, policymakers, I think, just like as we think about immigration and inflation and other things, there are things that public policymakers have to think about. How can we can't control evil, as Molly so aptly said, but what can we do to prevent people from being able to impose that evil on others? I don't know, if I don't have all the answers to it. It's not a political assault on anyone or even an indictment on anyone, but it is a call for us as a nation of all types, all political backgrounds, to figure out what can we do to make schools safer and streets safer.
Okay, I think I've got the congressman. I'm going to just toss it to him, see if it works. Congressman?
Yes, sir. So sorry for the interruption. Look, we just did something on this in my district. We had a school resource officer who had actually harmed staff in the school. It was voluntary. His program seemed to be one that could be copied in other locations. I realize that's not the total answer, but that does seem like an important part of this.
Yeah, and so you think there is something that Congress can do, or is this a local thing? What are you thinking?
In this instance, it's entirely local. Obviously, that there has to be the proper training and there has to be the proper mindset at the institution. But in Chief Kearney's case, I think it worked extremely well locally in the Argyle School District. But on a larger point, yes, there is a behavioral intervention guideline bill that I think that's what Speaker Pelosi was referring to. We have passed it in the House, now 2 Congresses, and I think it would be a great idea for the Senate to take it up.
What do you want to hear from President Biden tonight, Congressman?
Look, this has got to be a time of people need help. People need empathy. And, you know, I can't help but think about the families and the first responders and the doctors and nurses at the hospital locally. This is what a horrific tragedy that they are going to be carrying with them the rest of their lives.
Yeah, Congressman, we appreciate your time. For viewers who want to help, especially in South Texas, there's blood and tissue drives, blood drives. They're running low on blood, sending it to area hospitals. You want to give blood, that's a way to give back. Ari, last word from you. You've dealt with presidents delivering big speeches. President Biden will deliver one tonight.
Yeah, his message will be of compassion and love for those who are affected. I'll be curious to see how he pivots off of that to talk about national policy and, of course, gun control. What will he say? I think he has a party that wants him to speak out strongly on that issue. But, you know, Brett, I've got to just say, if the government, either at the federal level or state levels, had the means to solve these problems, they would have been solved a long time ago, which makes me question how far the government's role can indeed really be. If there's one link among these killers, not only these killers, but other killers we've seen, it's that they grew up in homes without fathers.
Thing that matters, your family.
At Bathfitter, every quality bath starts with quality.
There at Andrews, in an hour and 15 minutes, he'll deliver the speech. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just the one big piece. Fatherless children, or children who are brought up with absent fathers. That's the strength, that's the direction, particularly these young men who head toward violence need early in their life. It's a huge topic. We as a nation need to start to address it.
Panel, thank you so much. Ari, Molly, Harold, thank you all.
Sandra, Eric, and Aaron every weekday morning on Dakota News Now.
With an exciting new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer activities. Sorry.
Get 1.75.
Phil Mattingly.
But first, tonight at 6, we continue to follow the latest developments on a deadly school shooting in Texas. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says 15 people were killed when a man opened fire at an elementary school.
The victims include 14 children and a teacher at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, about 85 miles west of San Antonio. Investigators say the 18-year-old suspected shooter is dead. Officials have not revealed a motive for the shooting, but the governor identified him as Salvador Ramos.
We are monitoring CBS and the newswires for the latest information, and will update you once more details are released. Well, tonight, our KELO News investigation into issues.
Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly. The words of Texas Governor Greg Abbott tonight after one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. 14 children and a teacher gunned down today at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, west of San Antonio. The gunman, 18 years old and described as a resident of the community, entered the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle. It appears he was killed by officers who responded to the shootings. The White House says President Biden has been briefed, and he plans to address the nation from the White House this evening. It comes 10 days after the mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, in which 10 people were killed. One more horrific and stunning act of gun violence in a nation so weary from it. We began our coverage tonight with Morgan Chesky in Texas.
Lester, good evening. And tonight, the community of Uvalde stunned, saddened, and in unspeakable shock. Police say at this hour, parents are still being notified of the students who lost their lives today inside this elementary school behind me. It was in that school that police say earlier today, a gunman walked in with a handgun, potentially a rifle, and opened fire. Tonight, it is a massive crime scene as police try to find out more about a potential motive.
Tonight, at least 15 lives have been tragically cut short, and another school in America has become the scene of a mass shooting.
He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher.
This time it happened in South Texas at Robb Elementary School for 2nd through 4th graders in Uvalde, about 80 miles west of San Antonio. At least 13 people were injured, according to a hospital official. 2 medevac to San Antonio, a woman in her 60s and a 10-year-old girl. Both are in critical condition.
We'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them.
2 police officers were struck by rounds but are expected to survive. It all started at 11:32 this morning, where the shooter abandoned his vehicle, then entered the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle, according to the governor.
It is being reported that the subject shot his grandmother right before he went into the school.
Tonight, police say the gunman is dead, the governor naming him as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos from Uvalde. No word yet on his motive.
At this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
The last day of school here was supposed to be just days away. Instead tonight, blood stains the sidewalk outside. And parents are gathering at this local civic center to be reunited with their children, left terrified.
Morgan, if you can, take us inside the scene on the ground right now.
Lester, there is a massive perimeter that has been set up around Robb Elementary School. It is safe to say there are hundreds of heavily armed law enforcement officers here canvassing this area, gathering more evidence. And this will be an investigation that will no doubt take days, if not longer. On my way here to the community of Uvalde, there was a massive response. And this was in the hours where we found out the unfathomable truth of what exactly took place today. People that live in this area, when I asked them their initial reaction, some too stunned to even answer, Lester.
Yeah, I know you and your team have had a chance to talk to some folks there, including parents in Uvalde. What are they telling you?
There is a reunification center about a quarter mile from where I'm standing at a civic center, and I can describe that as almost an emotional epicenter for this town right now, Lester. That is where students who huddled in horror as this shooting took place were taken away to be reunited with their parents. Lester, we spoke to one man who arrived at this school this morning to bring flowers to his wife, who is retiring at the end of this week. He heard gunshots right as he got back inside his truck. That's when he knew something went horrifically wrong.
So the school year was just about over.
Just days away. The district saying tonight that all classes on all campuses are canceled until further notice, and this is no doubt an unspeakable tragedy hitting this community of just about 15,000 people on the edge of the Texas Hill Country.
All right,
Lester.
Morgan Chesky, thank you, Morgan. Law enforcement officials are revealing more tonight about the suspect who was killed in the aftermath. Let's go to Miguel Almaguer. And Miguel, what more can you tell us about the suspect in this case?
Well, Lester, good evening. Investigators are just now pouring through Salvador Rolando Ramos's life. While motive is the biggest question tonight, it may be some time until we have that answer. Police believe at this point the 18-year-old suspect who just celebrated a birthday days ago acted alone when he carried out one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. It's believed Ramos had social media accounts which will be of high interest to detectives. A big part of this investigation will be combing through his digital footprint, looking for potential clues to the motive. Authorities believe the suspect, who again was killed during the police response, recently attended a local school. Tonight, detectives are working with the FBI to learn more about the teenage gunman.
We're in the process of obtaining detailed background information on the subject, his motive, the types of weapons used, the legal authority to possess them, and conduct a comprehensive crime scene investigation and reconstruction, and identify and interview all witnesses and provide victim services and other support as needed. The subject is reported to be a student, to have been a student at Uvalde High School, and is a U.S. citizen.
As reported, authorities believe the suspect was armed with a handgun and may have also had a rifle. They are certain to work with the ATF to determine who owned those weapons and how they were obtained. It's unclear if Ramos had ever attended the elementary school or how familiar he may have been with the campus layout. Lester.
All right, Miguel, thank you for that. The Texas rampage comes just 10 days after another shooting massacre at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, left 10 people dead. Gabe Gutierrez joins us. Gabe, this Texas tragedy comes as we're seeing a rise in mass shootings in this country.
Yeah, that's right, Lester. This is the deadliest school shooting in the U.S. since the Parkland rampage in February of 2018. As has become common now, there are already growing calls to stop gun violence, which has been especially brutal this year.
Another crime scene, another earth-shattering act of violence, another mass shooting in America. This one at an elementary school full of 2nd through 4th graders.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Just days after a shooter walked into a grocery store to gun down African American patrons, we have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing? There have been more mass shootings than days in the year.
Senator Chris Murphy represents Newtown, Connecticut, the somber site of its own elementary school massacre a decade ago. Fred Gutenberg's daughter was one of 17 students and staff killed in 2018 at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida.
Are we going to watch more kids die, or are we going to do something?
Already this year, there have been more than 200 mass shootings, according to data from the Gun Violence Archive. And a new FBI report shows the number of active shooter incidents in the U.S. last year jumped more than 50% compared to the year before. The shooters increasingly choosing soft targets. Just days ago, 10 people were killed at a supermarket in Buffalo. Their funeral is still underway. In California, a gunman targeted a church. In the last 3 years, gunmen have opened fire at a kosher market in New Jersey, a Walmart in El Paso, and a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. The statistics are clear, but what to do about them is not.
We are seeing way too many of these horrific mass murders, and we need to devote far more law enforcement resources to stopping violent criminals and preventing these kind of absolute acts of evil.
And Gabe, we spent part of the day together covering this, watching it unfold. We've both been to more of these scenes and that we care to think about. What went through your mind as you watched those pictures today?
Yeah, Lester, we were on the air, as you said, when the governor revealed that death toll. And it was just a gut punch. How many shootings have we reported on together over the past decade or so? You know, I think back to Columbine. I was just a teenager then, but it all felt so unbelievable. How tragic is it that this now feels so common?
And some of the conversations that we had after Buffalo, after many of these others, we're having again, or are being had.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And certainly a lot of questions in the coming days about what to do, if anything can be done about this. It's always so hard to find out the motive here, Lester.
Yeah. All right, Gabe, thank you. President Biden has been briefed on the school shooting while making his way back to the U.S. from a 5-day trip through Asia. Already, the White House has called for flags to be lowered. Kristen Welker is in Washington. Kristen, what's the reaction been from the president?
Lester, President Biden is expected to address the nation from the White House when he returns tonight. He was briefed on the horrific event while traveling back on Air Force One. His press secretary saying in a statement the president's prayers are with the families impacted by this awful event. Now, this is not the first time the president is playing the role of consoler-in-chief. He visited Buffalo after 10 people were killed in that community in a racist shooting attack against predominantly black Americans there. Well, there he renewed his calls for an assault weapons ban. He also visited Atlanta last year in the wake of a mass shooting targeting the Asian American community there. And of course, President Biden was serving as vice president under former President Obama when 20 elementary school children and 6 teachers were killed in the Sandy Hook massacre, which Gabe just talked about. Congress tried to pass expanded background checks, but failed to get enough support from Republicans and moderate Democrats as the debate over how to prevent these atrocities plays out after every mass shooting. At the White House tonight, as you said, the flags have been lowered to half staff as the president and the nation mourn yet another unthinkable tragedy, Lester.
Kristen, I have to ask you about another story that crossed this afternoon, breaking out of Korea as the president returns. North Korea firing another missile.
Well, while President Biden has been traveling home from Asia, North Korea launched 2 ballistic missiles Wednesday. That's according to South Korea's military. Just 3 days ago, President Biden was in South Korea, where he said the U.S. is prepared to respond to a nuclear test without giving any details. The White House has yet to react to these latest reports, but if true, it would be a new escalation in the region and with the U.S. Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. In 60 seconds, more coverage.
Program last year.
After the massacre in Newtown, Connecticut, and then after the killings at Parkland High School, 2 other schools visited by this kind of horror, we as a nation said we're going to do something about this. Now, finally, after this tragedy, we will do something. And at both of those times, we have failed to do so. Why do you feel like we have any hope that this is an opportunity to do differently?
Because we still live in a democracy. And because we have arcane rules and one chamber of our nation that is stopping the majority of America from getting reasonable, common sense gun safety laws through, and that's the filibuster. The filibuster is killing us. So if we want to pass a law that can protect Americans across this country that has been proven to, we could do it tomorrow. And I call on Chuck Schumer, I call on Chris Murphy, I call on leaders of the Senate to bring forward the Brady background expansion law to the United States Senate and put it up for a vote.
Okay.
And it will pass by more than a majority. Kamala Harris may have to vote on it, but if we can't get a filibuster-proof 60 votes through, then the filibuster must end because the filibuster is killing us.
Chris Brown of the Brady campaign, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thanks for having me.
In the day's other news, Russia's war in Ukraine passed the 3-month mark with no end in sight. The head of the Russian Security Council said Moscow is not chasing deadlines, but its bombing of cities has intensified across Ukraine's Donbas region. Meanwhile, the mayor of Mariupol reported finding 200 bodies in a collapsed building. And the U.S. Treasury Department announced it will bar Russia from using American banks to repay bondholders. That could cause the Kremlin to default this summer. We'll return to all of this later in the program. President Biden has wound up his trip to Asia, warning that the world must do more against Russian aggression. In Tokyo today, he met with leaders of Japan, India, and Australia, where he pushed for stronger military and economic ties and for greater action to defend Ukraine.
We're navigating a dark hour in our shared history. The Russian brutal and unprovoked war against Ukraine has triggered a humanitarian catastrophe, and innocent civilians have killed in the streets, and millions of refugees are internally displaced as well as exiled. And this is more than just a European issue. It's a global issue.
The president's message appeared aimed partially at India, which has yet to join in sanctions against Russia. And as the leaders met, Russia and China conducted joint flights near Japan's airspace. The Japanese defense minister called it an increased level of provocation. A Russian court today rejected Alexei Navalny's appeal of his 9-year prison sentence for fraud. The opposition leader says the charge is politically motivated. Navalny appeared in court via a video feed from the prison colony where he's already serving time for a probation violation. He criticized President Vladimir Putin for starting what he called a stupid war in Ukraine. The World Health Organization is expressing confidence that an outbreak of monkeypox is controllable. As of today, there have been more than 130 confirmed cases and another 106 probables in 19 countries since early May. But in Geneva, WHO officials said the risk is low because the virus does not spread as easily as COVID-19.
What we know from this virus and these modes of transmission, this outbreak can still be contained. And it is the objective of the World Health Organization and member states to contain this outbreak and to stop it.
Most monkeypox cases have been in Europe, which raised alarms since the virus is rarely seen outside of Africa. But one WHO official urged calm today, saying, quote, "Let's not make a mountain out of a molehill." Back in this country, births were up 1% last year to nearly 3.7 million. The CDC says that's still about 86,000 lower than before the pandemic. The latest numbers marked a slight uptick from 2020, when Americans had the fewest babies in more than 40 years.
Could some showers or thunderstorms Saturday and Sunday. Highs in the 70s. A little bit cooler to start next week.
Thank you, Jay. A Harrisburg senior had himself quite the season in the batter's box.
Talked to some of my school districts in San Antonio and to offer.
All right, Senator Gutierrez, I am very grateful for your time. Everyone is. And we thank you. As you said, you saw he had literally pulled over on the side of the road. He's on his way to Uvalde right now. As we continue to follow this horrific breaking news, you heard Senator Gutierrez say that he understands that the death count has gone up from 14 to 18 children and 3 adults. That's the latest that he had heard from Texas Rangers. We have confirmed 14 children are dead, but obviously we now await confirmation of what you just heard from him. A teacher also killed at that shooting, and we will have more when we come back.
It's time for our memorial.
It could change the. They just scattered hit and miss kind of thunderstorms. Some of that hanging around Tuesday, Wednesday, and then dry to close out our 10-day forecast. Aberdeen and northeastern South Dakota, here's your 10-day forecast. You're going to be dry tomorrow and then warmer Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Vice President Biden, grieving with parents who've lost their kids in war. It's really what he is best at. He's a deeply religious man, and he has lost loved ones, and he could, at a younger age, he was really able to connect and be truly empathetic in a way that you could not be moved. He's been through a lot, and being president and under attack and having all this stuff to deal with pays its price. It takes its toll. And so, does he still have it? I mean, we hope. And we shouldn't necessarily only look to him. We really should look to one another. And all of us try to, I think we all need to sort of drop our guard a little bit and really, this isn't just families in Uvalde that are grieving. I really feel that anyone who has a child and the entire society is really struggling with this, and this has been just one body blow after body blow, and whatever it is, let's throw it all out there and do. But this can't be the new norm. This just can't be the new norm. And
you make a great point about parents. That every parent knows what it's like to drop their kid off at school, and every parent fully expects every day to pick their kid up from school, and that not happening affects people in such a raw way. Colby Hall with us. Colby, thank you very much. Just now about an hour
Leland, thanks for having me.
Until we hear from President Biden. He's headed back to the White House. Flags right now are at half staff. You see a huge contingent of law enforcement in Uvalde as they start to investigate this. And as we point out, there are so many unanswered questions about where this shooter got the gun, what the warning signs were or were not, how he was able to kill so many so quickly before law enforcement got there, and then more about the shootout. And always in these situations, we will learn about incredible moments of bravery as law enforcement ran towards the sound of gunfire, incredible moments of bravery by teachers and by other people who tried to shield and protect children. We'll leave you, as we're hearing now, potentially new information about additional fatalities. Working on that through the break. We'll see you in a minute.
If you could only eat one thing the rest of your life.
Day before yesterday that said active shooter events are up 53% across the United States. So we have to start evaluating the type of training we are doing and looking at the early warning signs. I did some research earlier, and there were early warning signs in the suspect that did this Instagram post where he's posing or taking photos of his rifles and the magazines and having communication with someone telling them, hey, be ready for tomorrow. I'll get back with you. So we've got to build a culture and present it in a way where people are comfortable coming forward reporting this stuff.
So Fox hasn't confirmed that yet, but you're saying that you investigated this individual, the suspect, Salvador Ramos, and you've seen social media posts just within the last few days indicating that he was up to no good?
Yep, there's photos of 2 long guns and then a picture of a magazine, a high-capacity magazine that was taken. And then he reached out on Instagram to a female who has now reported that she had no idea who this guy was. It was just a random female that he reached out to and kind of was prefacing, letting her know, hey, get ready. I've got a big surprise, I think is the word that he put on his Instagram message to her.
That's unbelievable. I mean, you almost see this every single mass shooting event, that there were clues missed by either family members, law enforcement, the school, random individuals. It really goes back to what we learned in 9/11. If you see something, say something. Because if you don't say something, someone's going to do something. And it looks like that was the case here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the statistics are upward in the 95% range where someone knew that they were going to commit this attack and did not say anything. So we have to do a better job on just what you said. If you see something, say something. I honestly think this day and age, kids are afraid of being the school snitch. And that's got to go out the window. I mean, we've got 14 little children who have lost their lives today. And I'm devastated. But it goes back, though, Jesse, we have to do a better job training. Showing a 5-minute video at the beginning of the school year to the teachers is not getting the job done.
No, it's not. And don't worry about being a snitch when it comes to a school shooter. You can't be too careful.
You're exactly right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
We have a Fox News alert. We have updated some casualty numbers in Texas. There are now 18 children and 3 adults confirmed dead. Let's go back to Bill Malugin for more.
Yeah, Jesse, unfortunately, that's the exact update we just got coming to us from Texas DPS. The brand new numbers, the casualty count has gone up. We are told now 18 children dead. I am told 2 adults dead. The 3rd adult would possibly be the shooter in this incident. But again, that would be 18 kids, 2 adults. We know at least one of them is a teacher. So unfortunately, this casualty count continues to go up. As we know, other people were being treated at other nearby hospitals. We just got off the phone with the mayor of Uvalde, Texas. He told me 2 of his staffers just found out they lost children in this shooting. We just spoke to a father a short time ago who told us he's looking for his 10-year-old daughter. Her name, Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez. She's a student here at Robb Elementary School. He hasn't had any contact with her. He is desperate to find her. He provided her photo to us as well as Texas Rangers. You can imagine the heartache he is feeling. But that real quick update for you, unfortunately, according to Texas DPS, the casualty count has gone up now. 18 children, 2 adults confirmed dead at this shooting.
And we were informed that there's a level 1 child trauma center pretty close by. Do you know how close by the center is from the school?
Well, if that's Uvalde Memorial Hospital, that should be very close. It's within town. So that is where a majority of the victims went to. Others were taken to hospitals in San Antonio. So you can be sure that once paramedics got here, and there were quite a lot of ambulances here on scene, they were taken to those hospitals quickly for quick treatment. But unfortunately, it's sounding like they either found more bodies inside or more people succumbed to their injuries while receiving care in the hospitals, Jesse.
Oh, that's a horrible update. All right, Bill. Thank you. Darren Porcher is a criminal justice expert and a retired NYPD lieutenant. All right, Darren, you just heard the latest 18 children now deceased. Your thoughts?
This is a very unfortunate narrative. However, it keeps repeating itself. It's somewhat repetitive. As modern-day law enforcement, we're really great on the response. However, the problem that we have is fortification and omnipresence on soft targets such as this school. As you made mention to earlier, Jesse, the school resource officers on many occasions are not equipped with firearms for these elementary schools. That needs to change. The dynamic of these mass shootings is becoming more and more prevalent in our society. However, we have our elected officials that come on television, they jump up and down, but there's no execution strategy because we have a flawed purpose in how we protect these elementary schools. It goes back to why did we not have a police officer, meaning an armed resource officer at the front of this school? When we look at a lot of these mass shootings that have happened in many places throughout the country, it's the same thing. Oftentimes, bad guys will go the other way when they see a good guy with a gun in front of a school. But at the same token, we still don't get it. I'm not saying that we need to arm these schools with Sherman tanks, but at the same token, we need to understand the narrative of our school system. It's not been protected the way it should be, and unfortunately, this is an example of how it manifests when we're unprepared.
Yeah, it's been reported there are 3 resource officers assigned to this district, but not to the school. So they may have been spread thin, and we don't believe that they were actually on the premises. You see the fencing. I mean, I could.
I want to bring in Shannon Watts, founder of Moms Demand Action. And, you know, Shannon, you have what should be the most unnecessary job in the world, that you have to constantly try to convince normal human beings that we shouldn't let our kids get slaughtered in school. And yet, as somebody, Jamel Hales noted, it was like the most prescient tweet ever in the history of Twitter. Somebody had tweeted that if Sandy Hook didn't do it, nothing was ever going to do it. You know, those 6-year-olds and their teachers, 6-year-olds got mowed down at Sandy Hook, and America shrugged it off and moved on. And now more little kids. I can't imagine what you're thinking this evening, but please try to tell us if you can.
Well, first of all, just utter devastation for this community in Texas. You know, as you said, we're just watching people be buried who were shot and killed by a white supremacist in a mass shooting in Buffalo less than 10 days ago. This is outrageous. But what makes it even more outrageous is that we know how to stop it. We know how to keep Black people from being killed while they grocery shop. We know how to keep second graders from being slaughtered in an elementary school in America. The data shows us how to stop it. These aren't acts of nature. These are man-made acts of inaction, of cowardice, of corruption by lawmakers who refuse to act. And I thought it was very prescient that Amanda Gorman said today, it takes a monster to kill children, but to watch monsters kill children again and again and do nothing isn't just insanity, it's inhumanity. What does it mean if you are a lawmaker that has the power to stop this and you do nothing? What does that say about you?
Let me go through some of the top recipients of NRA money. And the NRA, let's just be clear, they're not about gun safety anymore like what they started with. They're not about gun reform, which they were very much in favor of when they wanted to disarm the Black Panthers in California. They're in favor of marketing and selling lots and lots and lots of guns when they're not in deep financial trouble. Mitt Romney, just to make y'all clear, it's not just the wild MAGA faction that's taking this blood money. It's also Mitt Romney, number 1. $13 million. Richard Burr, North Carolina, number 2. Roy Blunt, Tom Tillis. Cory Gardner, remember him? When he's gone, he got booted out in California, but he got $4 million. Marco Rubio, right there at number 4. You can keep going down. Ted Cruz isn't even in the top 10. He's like way down. They're all fighting to get some of these coins. That's what they care about, right? Ron Johnson's up there, Marsha Blackburn, Josh Hawley, Pat Toomey. I could read them all off. Many of whom are up for re-election in this cycle and some in the next. Is there a reason these politicians don't seem to pay much of a price for accepting the money of the NRA? A bunch of them are speaking at their little conference that's right there in Houston on Friday.
Yeah. You know, it is just shocking that they continue to have this stranglehold from the gun lobby. And as you said, some of them are going to be speaking at the NRA annual meeting this weekend. And I guarantee you, those leaders who are speaking, guns will not be allowed inside the venues where they are. And that's because they're scared they might be shot.
Yeah.
And yet they do nothing when children are shot inside their schools, or when Black people are shot inside a grocery store, or the everyday gun violence, right? Like, mass shootings are about 1% of the gun violence in this country. It's the everyday shootings that kill 110 people and wound hundreds more that is tearing at the fabric of our communities. Look, I don't know that I predicted 10 years ago, when I started Moms Demand Action as a full-time volunteer, that what would happen was that the NRA would lose power, but that its right-wing agenda would be co-opted by extremists and white supremacists and misogynists and bigots, who would make it an organizing principle around their work. And any lawmaker who stands with the gun lobby needs to realize they're standing with that specific right-wing extremist agenda.
Indeed. Amen. Shannon Watts, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for being here this evening. Joining us now, Julian Castro, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. We had your brother on earlier. Thank you for being here, Secretary Castro. And, you know, I asked him about being a legislator and how frustrating it must be to actually pass gun reform over and over and over again, and vote for it and do what's right for your community and care so much about your community. In this case, one that's, 70, what did he say, half an hour from where these people died, and have it go nowhere. I want to play for you a couple of other politicians on the Senate side, which is where these bills go to die. Let's start with Ted Cruz. This is Ted Cruz talking today about this shooting.
We know from past experience that the most effective tool for keeping kids safe is armed law enforcement on the campus. Inevitably, when there's a murder of this kind, you see politicians try to politicize it. You see Democrats and a lot of folks in the media whose immediate solution is to try to restrict the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. That doesn't work.
Now let's think about the real victims here, the people who want to have guns. Now here is a senator from another state, Chris Murphy, whose state of Connecticut was home to the Sandy Hook massacre in 2012. Look at the difference in passion between Ted Cruz and Chris Murphy. Here's Chris Murphy.
Sandy Hook will never, ever be the same. This community in Texas will never, ever be the same. Why? Why are we here? If not to try to make sure that fewer schools and fewer communities go through what Sandy Hook has gone through, what Uvalde is going through. Our heart is breaking for these families. Every ounce of love and thoughts and prayers we can send, we are sending. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here. Work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely.
Secretary Castro, both of these men are human beings. They're both fathers. They both have families. They both have little kids in their lives. I cannot stand to see a little child cry. People love children. They're both presumably, why is it that these Texas senators doesn't have the passion that this man, Chris Murphy, has, this senator has? Do you understand it? I can't understand it.
Well, I don't, except to say that the contrast couldn't be clearer. What you have in Senator Murphy is someone who has a heart and also has the mind to try and fix this problem, and it hasn't forgotten why he's there, to try and keep the people of his state and of the country safe and do what it takes to protect our children. And on the other hand, and you hear it in his clinical voice, his distant tone, What you have in Ted Cruz is someone who's not the least bit interested today in trying to make this situation better, but it's just parroting the NRA's talking points. He's bought and paid for by the National Rifle Association. And so he's just hoping that the emotion of all of this blows over and then that we just go back to the status quo. And what we need are more legislators, especially on the Republican side, who are there to do the right thing and are able to find the moral courage to buck the NRA, to buck those political contributors, and finally take some common sense gun reform measures. Even if we just start with universal background checks that 90% of Americans say we need, they need to get started.
It would be, that seems so logical. And, you know, I don't understand why the mass death of children does not move people to action. But then again, I don't understand why 1 million people dying of COVID didn't move people either. Let me keep you here. Please don't go anywhere, Julian Castro. But I want to bring in Matthew Dowd, the founder of Country Over Party. Thank you for being here. And of course, you are you live in the great state of Texas. You are a Texan. Do you understand it? Because I see Chris Murphy's passion, and that's how I feel. And I feel like that's how like 90% of people feel when a bunch of little children get shot down in school. And then Ted Cruz comes on, he tweets out a thoughts and prayers tweet, maybe Stafford, maybe he wrote, I don't know. And then he says, yeah, you know, whenever these things happen, everybody wants to come for the guns, but yeah, we're not gonna do that. I don't get it. Do you?
Well, you only get it if you know people like Ted Cruz are completely unprincipled. So I mean, who I know, and he's completely unprincipled at this point in time, and it doesn't really have a great deal of empathy in any part of his body. I mean, what we've arrived at, this is unbelievably tragic, Joy, and I'm glad Juliana's on, who's not many miles, who's grown up and lived not many miles from this great community of Uvalde, which I've been to a number of times. It's a beautiful place, wonderful people, 80%, 70% Hispanic. It is that until we hold them accountable, people like Ted Cruz will keep doing it. I mean, I can give you I'm a gun owner, as I've told you before on this, I'm a gun owner. I have 2 rifles and 3 shotguns. And like most gun owners in Texas, we're for simple gun reform. We're all for it. The majority of Texans are for it. People sometimes look at Texas and say, what's wrong with you? Well, there's nothing wrong with the people of Texas. The people of Texas want universal background checks with no loopholes. They want to get rid of this crazy permitless carry deal where you don't even have to have training. You can openly carry a handgun, which was just happened in the aftermath of the Walmart shooting in El Paso, and want red flag laws so that if somebody is known to be violent, that a judge can remove a weapon from their home. A judge can take. All of us here, and majority of us here, want it. But the problem is the leadership we currently have in the state does not reflect the desires and dreams of the majority of Texans. And that's on us. That's on us to sort of do something about it. Now, Texans are going to have a very clear choice, and you just take this one issue in particular, are going to have a very clear choice in November between what Greg Abbott does, which is ease access, allow anyone anytime to carry a gun, and Beto O'Rourke, who wants to do something, at least the basic things about gun reform and to try to keep this from happening. But we are at a time, I mean, this is so heart-wrenching. We are at a time when we have a political party and leaders in Texas who value guns more than life. And that's the most simple way to say it. They do not value life in the same value that they value access to guns. And I guarantee you something, Joy, and Julian probably knows this as well. I guarantee you what's going to come out of their mouths soon is they're going to, 1, try to blame it on the border. 2, they're going to say, let's arm teachers. And I think already the Attorney General, who's on the ballot today, is saying this, arm teachers, or 3, create fortresses at our schools. They're not going to ever talk about what the problem is, which is access to guns. To guns without checks and without mental health confirmation. And that's what you're about to hear from the Republicans. They're going to divert it so they don't have to talk about the real problem, which is access to guns.
Secretary,
27 million people in it. There are only 700,000 police officers and 12,000 FBI agents. So even if we put every single law enforcement officer on this, The World Wide Web is such a vast space. And even if you get on there and somebody says something that you could interpret to be inflammatory or insightful or dangerous, the problem is people say things in the heat of the moment. You've got satire. You've got reckless rhetoric that people can engage in and say, hey, look, I was just kidding, or I didn't mean it really. So the problem is you can't put a cop on every corner. It's very, very difficult. But Jesse, I think the biggest thing here is, and I think some of your other guests spoke to this, bad guys take the path of least resistance. You can't go to a major sporting event without being wanded and patted down and having security pretty much in every section. Why do we have schools today that are not hardened? Single point entry, armed school resource officers. Bad guys go where there's a path of least resistance. And Jesse, this clearly looked like a case of that.
And from a SWAT team perspective, explain how.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started
years in fine dining, Bradley says he's been passed over for promotions as
How can you even grasp witnessing this happening again?
Yeah, listen, I'm furious. I'm just furious. I'm furious because the families in Sandy Hook have to go through their nightmare all over again. I'm furious because there's now 18 or more families in Texas that are about to enter a new nightmare. And I'm furious that we've had 10 years to do something about this. We've had 10 years knowing that these shooters are out there ready and willing to perpetuate evil upon our children. And this body that I serve in has just sat on their hands. And that was my question to my colleagues today. Why are you here? Why do you run for the United States Senate? Why do you put in all the effort to get a job like this and then do nothing, slaughter after slaughter? I'm not saying that a law we pass is going to eliminate murder or mass shootings in this country, but we can absolutely stem the tide. We can save some lives. And my hope is that after today, there is a newfound interest from some of my Republican colleagues to do something. I don't need the perfect. I don't need my colleagues to support everything that I support. I just want to make some progress here so we can show parents out there that we care about their kids.
Well, I mean, it's hard to imagine. I can't imagine who in this country would say that a person, when they turn 18, should be able to go in and buy 2 assault rifles in their town, and who posts on social media, kids should watch out. I don't know who could defend such a thing, but obviously in the body where you are sitting, there are plenty who do. And they do by not moving forward on gun control, by ignoring it, by tacitly looking the other direction, however you want to describe it. I mean, and I think people hear this, though, and they say, in the horror that we're all feeling, Senator, do you have any confidence that at this point, now, somebody's going to say, oh, actually, I'm going to put my hand up now, and now I'm going to vote differently? Are you having any conversations that indicate that in any way this is going to change anything for anyone?
I mean, listen, I guess I have to be optimistic, right? I've got 6 months left on this legislative session, and I've got to spend every single day trying to cobble together a coalition in the Senate that involves 10 Republicans that are willing to do something, right? I want to get rid of these assault weapons, but maybe we can find common ground on just limiting who can get access to them. Maybe we can say that you have to be 21 instead of 18, seeing that most of these killers tend to be 18, 19 years old. I don't know. I'm willing to do something smaller to show that progress. Ultimately, this has to be the voters that make a decision. The voters are going to just have to decide that if you're not with us, we're not with you, and elevate this issue when they go to the polls.
Right, and as you talk about changing age ranges, I mean, I think what you're pointing out, anything to sort of chip away at the incredible pain and agony out there. Obviously, in Newtown, the shooter there was 20 years old, so still would have been banned by what you're talking about here if you were to do something like 21. Senator, I want to ask you, though, because you know, parents, we all think about this and say, how in the world do you talk about this with your children, especially because they'll hear about it? You have 2 children. What do you tell them?
Well, you know, I avoided telling them about Sandy Hook for a long time. And when I finally did, I talked to them about it side by side with an explanation about what I was doing to make it better, right? I want kids to know that there are adults in this world that are doing everything we can to try to reduce the level of violence in this country. And I also want them to understand that there is still an infinitesimal chance that it's actually going to happen to them, but they still live in fear. No matter the fact that the chances are small, kids all across this country worry that they are next. And so I want my kids to know that their dad gets up every single day working to make them safer. And my hope is that parents all around this country are going to decide to do the same thing, and are going to decide to become part of this movement, are going to decide to only vote for candidates that care about their kids' safety as part of the way that they talk to their kids about this issue. That's the choice I made. Every parent will have to deal with it differently, but that is what worked for me.
So let me ask you, because obviously you right now have a position where, when you look at just the raw control, Democrats have control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, right? This is a moment where one could accomplish something. However, of course, you have the 60-vote threshold that you need in the Senate if you were to pass something. It has been clear for financial issues, it has been clear for judicial issues, it has been clear for the abortion issue. All right. Senator, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Local authorities are just now updating, and I want to listen in. My apologies. Let's listen in, everyone. These are local authorities in Uvalde, Texas, about to brief us on the latest in this investigation.
I apologize. I did not realize we were not on, and you probably could not hear what I was saying. I am Anne Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. This is a tragic time in our district, so please know the investigation is not complete. We will only be sharing a statement with you, not providing questions. We greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Here to share a statement and not take questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, briefly, as of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know, once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference. Let me assure you, the intruder is deceased, and we are not actively looking for another individual or any other suspects in this case. We definitely ask you all to keep the families that are involved in your prayers. Thank you so much.
Here to provide a statement and not take any questions is our Superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell.
Good evening. This was a tragic and senseless event today, and my heart was broke today. Our hearts and thoughts and prayers are with all our families as we go through this day and days to come. A few announcements that we need to make is, beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m., we will have grief counseling and support at the Civic Center for our students, our staff, community members, anybody that needs to come at that time. And we may be there more than one day, may be there several days. Our ROB staff will meet at 8 a.m. at the Civic Center as well. We'll begin with visiting with them and seeing what those needs are. School will be closed. The school year's done. We'll have no school tomorrow or Thursday. All activities are canceled throughout the district. No graduation is on people's mind. We will come out with a notice on that at a later time. All the staff members, they will report to their campuses, other than Rob campus, which will come to the Civic Center. Again, my heart was broken today. We're a small community, and we'll need your prayers to get us through this. Thank you.
Again, this is a tragic event in our community. Again, this is a tragic event in our community. We are very sorry that we cannot provide you more information, but greatly appreciate your patience and understanding during this very difficult time. We ask that you pray for all of the families affected. Thank you, and be safe.
Press conference in Uvalde, Texas. The police chief saying, in fact, that there is a lot of information the families don't know. which speaks exactly to what Jorge Ventura said, that there are probably a number of families that do not know now, about 6 or 7 hours after the gunshots first rang out, whether or not their children are among the 18 children that have been killed, 2 adults, as we watch a number of the SWAT teams pull in. Jorge, stand by. On the other side of the break, a little bit more of what you've been able to gather from some of those on the scene. We'll be right back.
I'm Mark.
The general rule in Texas is you can't carry a firearm into a school unless you satisfy the requirements of this Guardian program. And that's voted on by individual school districts. It's not forced on them by the legislature at this point. So I think those questions have to be continued to be asked. Why doesn't every school district have that? And I don't know the answer as to why any school district would not find a way to defend their children.
Yeah, I mean, if it's up to each individual school, then I mean, that's on the school. Not that they're to blame, but that's their decision. And maybe it shouldn't be their decision. Maybe it should be mandatory across the board. Have you been updated with any new information that you could share with us tonight?
Yeah, mostly what's happening right now is I think they're trying to inform the families, and so they're trying to keep information, specific information about which people are deceased and other details until family members are informed. So I think until those family members are actually informed personally, I don't think you're going to get specific details on all of the events that happened today.
Yeah, that's probably the right call. You heard a guest, I don't know if you were watching earlier, he reported that the guy's social media page was disturbing, that this was a premeditated thing, and he was posing with weapons, he was sending threatening direct messages. Is there anything that you know about the shooter that you could share with us?
No, I mean, I don't think we know much about the shooter. I mean, the shooter is now deceased, so there's lots of information that's not obvious. We couldn't be questioned, so we're going to have to piece this together. I think the main thing to focus on here is what can we do. We're not always going to catch. I mean, obviously, people can be trained to notice the warning signs, but ultimately, schools are going to have access points that are very limited, and they're going to have people trained at the school, whether it's police officers who've been trained in that line of work, or they're going to have to start training into this guardianship program. Every school is going to need to do that, and every school district is going to have to decide that they want to protect their children, or we are going to continue to see this happen. And I'm not saying that we can stop every one of these, but we cannot have law enforcement get there fast enough to prevent this many people from being deceased. Had we had armed people in the building, we might have prevented some of this. We might have prevented all of it.
I agree. There's a lot more we can be doing, and I think after this, people will do more. Ken Paxton, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're joined now, Fox News Chief Breaking News Correspondent Trace Gallagher with the new details. What do you got?
Jesse, I just want to clarify a couple of things. You see at the bottom of the screen there, it says 18 children, 2 adults killed. Our breakdown from Bill Malugin, who just talked to the Department of Public Safety in Texas, now reporting it is 18 children. It is 1 adult teacher and the shooter. So there are 20 total people who have died today, but we don't really count the shooter in the death toll of that. So 18 children, 1 adult is what we are being told by Bill Malugin, who's down at the scene. You just talked to the Attorney General there, and it's interesting because you're getting clarity from different people. And one of the state senators, his name is Roland Gutierrez, he is a Democrat. He says, and he went out publicly and said that the shooter that we now know, of course, as well, we'll get his name in a minute, Salvador Ramos, the shooter bought 2 assault rifles on his 18th birthday. Just for clarity, we have not gotten any confirmation that these were assault rifles. If you're looking for law, those 2 assault rifles in Texas, you can buy a long gun on your 18th birthday. You can buy them under the age of 21. The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, reported that he went into the school with a long gun, a rifle, and a handgun. You cannot buy a handgun under the age of 21 in Texas from a licensed gun dealer. You can buy a handgun from a Texas citizen. That's a private sale. So we don't know the genesis of this, but just for clarity on what we're doing. When you look at the death toll there, we should also note, Jesse, that this now becomes the 2nd deadliest shooting in U.S. history. And we don't know if the numbers are going to change. The first deadliest shooting would be, of course, in Newtown, Connecticut, almost 18 years ago in Newtown, Connecticut, where you had 27 people killed. You had 26 and 7-year-olds, and you had 6 adults, and you had the mother of the shooter, Adam Lanza, who was, of course, arrested for this when he broke into the window at the elementary school there in Sandy Hook, and he shot and killed those students. So just trying to kind of get together the facts here. You talked about social media with one of your guests. We are doing this social media footprint. Investigators are all over the social media footprint, and they're trying to figure out to make sure, first and foremost, if in fact that this alleged shooter, Salvador Ramos, was in fact the same person who had these long gun pictures, as your guest said earlier, and was sending these bizarre messages to a female. We have pulled up the same information, but trying to confirm that it is the shooter is an entirely different ballgame, and we want to make sure that we're not just first, but that we're also accurate in the information that we give out. But you see it there on the screen. You have 18 children, 1 adult, now the second deadliest shooting in U.S. history, the deadliest shooting in Texas history, and the information is still coming in, and you can believe me, it will change again. We were at Columbine, Jesse, for 3.5 weeks back when it happened, and the information was changing 2 and 3 weeks later. So, you know, information in this type of atmosphere, in this fog of war, as you might call it, is always in change mode. Yes. Yeah.
It's all over the world. There's video games, mental illness, isolation, incels, everywhere. It's only, the massacres are only happening here.
I agree. And there are solutions that we can do in terms of someone who's troubled, because we know that there are signs that come out. We know that there are events that escalate into these things. People don't just snap and take their weapons and kill other people, especially going into an elementary school. That is not an everyday behavior. However, Chris Murphy's absolutely right, and he is a champion. It's about the access to weapons. So the 11 people that you're talking about, obviously background checks is something that has been debated, and there's not even a bill on the floor right now, as I understand it, in the Senate to even have that debate. So that's an action that can be taken. There's also measures like safe storage. How are children getting hands on these weapons? It's not about taking away the guns. It's about being responsible with who can access them at what point. And I still don't understand some of the weapons of choice of mass shooters. I don't know which weapons this shooter used, but I'm sure we'll learn more as the investigation comes out. But there are significant actions that Congress can take that should be bipartisan, because it's really about being people partisan. It's about doing what's needed for people to live their lives and free and happy and live out their lives. But I also think that there's so much more that can be done as well. And I'm not just relying on Congress, because I think this is a behavioral thing as well. And we can't legislate for behavior, but we can certainly enforce behavioral change that we want to see.
Indeed. I mean, I've heard some really innovative solutions that are put out there, you know, making, you know, gun owners who want to buy an AR-15, sure, buy one, but you have to take out insurance and take responsibility. If you purchase an AR-15 for an 18-year-old, you ought to be responsible. You know, you can't just go, you know, buy a little kid a gun, or a teenager a gun. If you do that, okay, you do that, but you need to take out some liability insurance. Like, there are things you could do that are not about confiscation, because you can't confiscate 400 million guns. That's just not possible. And no one wants to do that. I'll give you the final word here. If you could speak to these moms, these dads that are in your position now in Uvalde, any words, what would you say to them?
Give yourself the space and patience to find a way through this. It is a very dark path that you're entering. I can't lie about that, but there is always a way through it to something more positive. Look to the people that you love and support you. Embrace, take the embraces from your community and those that want to help you. And for myself, I am certainly there at any time to be of any private or public assistance that can be of use to share experience, be a shoulder to cry on, whatever you need.
Nicole Hockley, thank you. God bless you. Thank you. This is not easy to do, and thank you for doing it. We really, really appreciate you. Cheers. Have a wonderful evening, as wonderful as can be had on a horrible night like this. That is tonight's ReadOut. Our live coverage of today's school shooting continues next with Chris Hayes.
And nonpartisan way. We'll see. He's returning tonight from a trip to Asia. We'll be covering it for you live so you can assess. But first tonight, Fox's Bill Melugin comes to us directly from the Texas border town tonight. He joins us now. Hey, Bill.
Tucker, good evening to you. Robb Elementary School is right behind us right now where this horrific mass shooting took place. And unfortunately, the number of fatalities associated with the shooting has gone up from 14. Texas DPS now confirming to Fox News there are 18 deceased children at this school, as well as 1 deceased teacher. That brings it to a total of 19. Absolutely horrific news. I just got off the phone with the mayor of Uvalde a short time ago, Mayor Donald McLaughlin. He told me 2 of his staffers just found out that they lost loved ones in this school shooting. They lost children in this school shooting, and they aren't the only ones. I want you to take a listen to this interview we just shot with a dad out here a short time ago. He does not know where his 10-year-old daughter is. She is a student here at this school. He is desperately trying to find her. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I was at work and I got info that my daughter was at school where they were shooting, and I was waiting for more details, and nobody never called me back on detail. And now I'll come back in town looking for my daughter, and I can't find her now.
And this is his little girl. Take a look at this photo right here. This is 10-year-old Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez. He told us she is a student here at Robb Elementary School. Again, he has not had contact with her. He is desperately looking for her. He told us he has provided this photo of her to Texas Rangers in an effort to try to find her. So many parents going through this exact same thing tonight, desperately looking for news on their loved ones, wondering if their little boys or their little girls are still alive tonight. As for the shooter in this incident, we can pull up this photo right here. Texas Governor Greg Abbott identifying him as an 18-year-old local named Salvatore Ramos. He was seen on video entering the school with what appeared to be a handgun and possibly a rifle. What we're being told is he was involved in some sort of a domestic incident earlier in the day, potentially shot and killed a loved one, his grandmother, then got into a vehicle, drove here to the school, abandoned it, and then went into school and just started shooting indiscriminately. Absolutely horrible. You can take a look at other scene video.
Brief statements that they've made here this afternoon, Anderson, saying that the school year is over. Everything has been canceled for the remainder of this school year, and graduation ceremonies are up in the air. All of this happening as there are families right now, as we speak, trying to figure out if their loved one, if their children are the victims of today's grotesque shooting. And that is what is unfolding there in the city of Uvalde, a small town of nearly 20,000 people or so just west of San Antonio. Yeah. Anderson?
Ed, there's a lot of questions I want to ask you, and I know there's a lot you won't have answers to, and that's okay. Sure. I just want to be upfront with viewers that this is still very early. Authorities have just given a press conference in which they said very little. Obviously, they have, one of the things they pointed out is that they are still notifying family members, or still, I'm not even sure if they have begun the process of notifying family members. So we just want to be very, very cautious in our reporting. Ed, what do we know about what family members know? Have family members begun to be notified?
We have seen some indications that some people have learned of the fate of their loved ones, of these children. But, you know, this is still, from what we can tell, very much an active scene. And whether or not the bodies have even been able to be removed from the school is unclear at this point. Obviously, the amount of work and investigative work that authorities have to do there at that school at Robb Elementary, you can imagine how long and painstaking that will be. So that is a process that is ongoing. We do know that there was a reunification center set up at a nearby civic center, that is where parents were instructed to go to be able to reunite with students. We saw buses of students, video of buses of students being taken away from the school, presumably to that civic center. And school officials also say that tomorrow morning, Robb Elementary school staff will be instructed to show up there. There will be grief counselors on hand to help community members through the situation, and all of that taking place at that nearby Civic Center.
And the chemical signature is the same. Those are the best sounds I've ever heard.
No.
But I also...
The programs are particularly...
Marty, you hear the emotion in that senator's voice there. I can tell you that being here on the ground, you can just walk onto this site and you can just feel the heaviness that is in the air. This is a community of 16,000 people. There are homes all around here. People heard what happened here earlier today. There are people who tell us that they've lived here their whole lives, and they are just awestruck by what has happened, incredulous by this devastation. Marnie?
Robert, I know, as people at home know, it's a fluid situation, and we're getting bits and pieces of information from authorities because their focus right now is on the injured and the families who are involved. What can you tell us, though, about the reunification process? Are they saying anything about the families who don't yet know if their child is alive or dead?
And that is fluid. We know that some families have been reunited, but we know that there are also other families that we've been hearing from who are frantically trying to find more, and they don't know. They don't know anything. And it is that unknown which is so unnerving to this community. You talk to people around here, is that they want to know what happened. They want to know the exact cause of this whole situation, but they don't. And that's the hardest thing to understand, is that how this could happen here in this small, peaceful community in Texas. Marnie?
And Robert, it is heartbreaking, and as I said a moment ago, emotionally overwhelming to see that hearse outside of Robb Elementary behind you. Talk to us a little bit about the investigation and
would help. Maybe that would stop someone. But it's really bigger than that, Tucker. We're a core society. We're a society that's just at each other's throats all the time. And we're better than this as a nation.
Well, so let me just say,
may I ask you something, Tucker, tonight. Yes, I want to praise the teachers, because I guarantee you, we don't know these stories yet, but all those teachers were heroic today. I guarantee you, everyone did what they did in Santa Fe. They took their kids and they sheltered them in places. They took them to protect their lives.
Yeah.
And teachers shouldn't have to do that in their teaching.
I believe that.
I pray
anyone with kids knows the elementary school teachers are the best. Let me ask you about that really quickly, about the prayer part of it. So politicians always say our prayers are with these people, and then you hear people push back and say, prayers aren't enough, prayers don't work. When you say your prayers are with the people, you seem to mean it. Tell us why you think it's important to pray in a moment like this.
Well, first, I'm a Christian. Wasn't always, but Jesus Christ is my Savior, and that's hope. And hope in the Bible, Tucker, says that's something that we expect and that will happen, and that's to be rejoined with our loved ones in heaven again. So that's the hope we have. But I can tell you, Tucker, that when I've been through all of these funerals and services over these years, the one thing I have seen is people standing on the rock of their faith, and that's hard today. These people who are going through this now, these parents and grandparents, they have to understand we're going to walk with them. Greg Abbott, myself, the legislature, Republicans, Democrats, Texans, 29 million of us, we're going to walk with them. But I see real faith, Tucker. And what do you have in the absence of faith? You have no hope. And I realize not everyone's a believer, and I understand that. I'm just telling you that it's times like this where you realize how strong your faith is. And some people realize for the first time they need God. And so I believe it, Tucker. What else? This was a country founded on faith, Tucker. And that's why together we have to come together as a people. Don't politicize it. Don't point fingers. We'll figure all this out afterwards, and we'll do better, and everyone will learn from it. But right now, we have to say, who are we as a country? Who are we as a people? I believe in God. I believe God will be with these families. And this is a time that is just, my heart breaks, and everyone watching heart breaks. I know it does. I know it does, no matter where they live. They're with these people in Uvalde, Texas tonight. Thank you, Tucker.
I don't often ask politicians about faith, but I'm glad I asked you. Thank you. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick of Texas. We know the suspect was involved in a shootout with police officers of some kind. For the latest on that, we're going to go down to Lieutenant Chris Olivares, who's with the Texas Department of Public Safety. He's a spokesman with that department. Thanks so much for joining us. So this is one of those stories where we think we know what happened, but we may not. So if you wouldn't mind, tell us how this unfolded.
Right. So good evening, Tucker. Great to be with you. So first, I want to acknowledge the first responders, the men and women of law enforcement that showed up to this scene, and it's an act of heroism to be here at this scene to respond to the situation. Also, to acknowledge and also offer our condolences on behalf of the Texas Department of Public Safety to all the victims, the families, and also the entire Uvalde community. So what we know right now, Tucker, is that the suspect was involved in a family disturbance with his grandmother earlier on the day when he actually shot his grandmother, fled the scene, and local law enforcement received a call of a crash and a man with a gun nearby where the school was at. And also, that's when law enforcement responded to the school. The suspect was able to make entry into the school and started shooting children, teachers, anybody that was in his way. He started shooting every single person. We had several law enforcement officers try to make entry into the school, but they were met with gunfire by the suspect. The suspect was wearing some type of body armor during that shootout with law enforcement. Several officers were shot. And at that time, we did have a tactical law enforcement team arrive on scene who were actually able to make entry, and the suspect then returned fire to that actual tactical team, in which the suspect was then shot and is now deceased. Right now, at this time, we do have 18 children that are deceased and 2 adults that are deceased at this time right now.
2 adults. That's a correction from what we reported a moment ago. Can you update it, I should say. Can you tell us who they were, characterized? Were they both teachers?
Well, we know for sure, Tucker, that one was a teacher. The other adult is the suspect. As far as the type of firearm that was used, we know that it was a long rifle that was used. We have ATF, we have FBI, multiple law enforcement agencies on scene working together to try to identify how the suspect was able to obtain this rifle, and also, most importantly, to see what kind of motives the suspect had. So we're still working together. Everything is still preliminary. This is still an active investigation right now.
Yeah. So it's my mistake, of course, you were including the shooter in the casualty list.
Right.
Thank you. Chris Dolores, I appreciate your coming on.
With children who are in the custody of the school have been reunited with their children, have been told their child's okay, or others have been notified that their child's either hospitalized or deceased. That process is playing out. And again, having covered a bunch of these, and this is among the worst, that there is a lot of chaos. And a lot of cross lines of information. So we're going to hope to get some clarity on all this. One other thing I should just mention here, again, to go back to the preamble with which I introduced you. I mean, the largest mass shooting I've ever covered, which was Las Vegas, we never found out anything. A motive never surfaced. I mean, we just don't know in the end. Sort of true of Sandy Hook as well. I mean, it may or may not be the case that is what happens here. Whatever information manifests itself.
Look, I think the Sandy Hook story, I mean, that was a case of a child with mental illness, and you look at the time it took then to notify those families and pass on the correct information, and you want the families to hear it from law enforcement first before they brief the public on what is happening, which also explains some of the delay in information getting out to us to give to the public, because they want the families to hear it first.
That's incredibly important. The most important thing right now as the nation and honestly the world looks on in horror at this. Jonathan Dietz, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. A little over an hour after news of the shooting broke, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who dedicated his career to gun safety following the Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre in his own state. In fact, he was a congressman, I think, that represented that area, if I'm not mistaken, before he became senator. He took to the Senate floor to just literally beg, to plea with his Republican colleagues to do anything to help curb gun violence in this country.
There are 14 kids dead in an elementary school in Texas right now. What are we doing? What are we doing? Just days after a shooter walked into a grocery store to gun down African-American patrons, we have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing? This isn't inevitable. These kids weren't unlucky. This only happens in this country. and nowhere else. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here. Work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely.
And Senator Chris Murphy joins me now. Senator, I profoundly appreciated what you had to say on the floor, and I think just to highlight something key here, again, whatever information surfaces about the shooter's motives, there is a thing that happens here that doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, which are this recurring ritual of mass shootings along these lines, even in countries with higher levels of per capita gun homicides. This has become a signature of American culture and policy and society that we've produced this outcome. But more broadly, it just doesn't happen in any pure country. It feels maddeningly simple to say this and to repeat it, as I have for a decade on air and as you have in public life, but it remains the case, as you said, that is what separates us from everyone else, is the number and accessibility of the weapons of death that we have here in the United States.
Yeah, listen, my just heart is exploding for Texas, but also for these families in Sandy Hook that I know so well. They're literally reliving their nightmare right now. I'm a parent. I'm literally talking to you at the same time that I'm thinking to myself what I'm going to say to my kids when I get home later tonight, because I know they've heard about this and they're going to want to talk about it. But you're right. This is uniquely American, and my Republican colleagues are going to want to talk about mental health. But there's no evidence that the United States has any more mental illness than any other nation in the world. There's no evidence that we spend less money on treating mental illness. What's different about this country is the ease of access to weapons of mass destruction. I heard for the first time on your show just 5 minutes ago that there was likely an AR-15 involved, but of course there was. Any of us that listened to the details play out knew that there had to be one of these military-style weapons in the shooter's hands in order to kill that many kids in that short a period of time. And the difference between America and these other nations is not that there aren't people with homicidal thoughts in other nations, it's that they can't go down to their local Walmart and buy a weapon that kills 20 kids in 2 minutes. We're the only country in the high-income world in which that is a possibility for a brain that is breaking. And so why don't we just do something about it? My plea was honest, really. I mean, I don't want to call out Republicans tonight. I just want to ask them, please, please, whatever you can vote for, come and talk to me about it. I'm willing to let the good pass and set aside the perfect for now. But our message to parents all across this country who are really frightened right now can't be that we're going to do nothing. So hope springs eternal in my brain.
Well, there is a ritual of mass trauma that we have now entered into, and we've seen it since 1999, of course, from Columbine. I was just looking at an individual from Columbine who was talking about surviving Columbine and his son completing his first year in college, because that's how long ago it was. And of course, Sandy Hook was 10 years ago, I believe this December, if I'm not mistaken on the date there. There are two things that have happened since then. The amount of guns in circulation has gone up dramatically. We know this from new reporting actually from the ATF, and the CDC now has been studying this as well. So we have more guns in circulation. But also I just want to talk about the darkness and nihilism of gun culture, which to me has exacerbated and accelerated in the wake of these. So that now I'm seeing people already talking about Ken Paxton, who's the Attorney General of the state of Texas, talking about arming teachers, and this sort of solution is more guns everywhere all the time. And just how you've watched this develop, in your public life, this cultural aspect, this rhetoric around the gun, this fetishization of it in the last decade.
Yeah, there's a celebration of violence in this nation, which has gotten demonstrably worse over the last decade, and it has become a country that is just awash in guns, that ownership of a weapon is a way to sort of translate a set of broader cultural values that you possess. And again, nowhere but America is the ownership of a killing machine the way in which you translate values to your community. And when you have this many weapons that are just so easily accessible, it's no wonder that the numbers have gone sky high. You and I are talking about tonight because there was a mass shooting today, but ordinary, everyday gun murders have gone through the roof in the last few years, not coincidental to a 40% increase in the number of guns that are purchased, because the more legal guns that are purchased means that there are more illegal guns that are out on our streets. And so we just have to remind ourselves that every day is a nightmare in this country when it comes to the epidemic of gun violence, and much of that is because there are just so many weapons in this country, and we are being trained to believe that violence is a method by which you deal with your demons, you solve your problems. That has become much worse in the last couple of years in this country.
You know, I couldn't help but note an ad for a man who wants to join the Senate, Mehmet Oz, who's running in Pennsylvania, where he talks about the Second Amendment and guns. And there's two prongs in the ad. And one prong, he says, you know, hunting and sport and all that. You know, and that's been, I've seen ads like that my entire life, you know, going back to the second part is that no, and it's also there to take on our tyrannical government. And, you know, if our, like this explicit idea of the gun and the use of the gun, perhaps to take up arms, like that, the messaging around that, which has only grown, I've just watched it in increasing horror, and it goes hand in hand with this, the sort of explosion in the availability, which is just what our sort of culture and society are swimming in.
Yeah, and this is a product in part of how the industry has changed, right? The industry a few years ago sort of was facing a crisis because fewer and fewer Americans were owning guns. And so the industry decided that they were going to sort of market weapons to this very small subset of Americans that believed they needed to be armed to the hilt to defend themselves against government. And so what you have today is 50% of weapons in this country being owned by 3% of Americans. And the gun industry makes money off of sort of selling weapons based upon this fear of government, a completely, totally irrational fear. But it's unfortunately right now the operating methodology of the industry.
I went to a gun shop 2 days after the mass shooting in Las Vegas, which, as I noted earlier, is the most deadly that I've covered, and I've covered several dozen, I think, at this point. The gun shop owner told me that after mass shootings, there was always a surge of interest in purchasing weapons, and so there's a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy of the growth of this. I want to just, as you're watching these images of Uvalde, Texas, of course, we report at the top, and Senator, if you'll just stay with me while I reset here, because we're going to get to the President of the United States, who'll be speaking very shortly, and Senator Murphy, if you'll just indulge me, if folks are just joining and finishing dinner or coming home and trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, he was, how do I say, it was a long time ago, so it was PE during 6th period. You just chill, just chillax. He didn't seem like the type of dude to be, you know, what do you say, sketchy, you know?
Would you ever thought he would have gone into a school and killed 14 kids?
No.
And you said that he dropped out of school.
Oh, well, I'm assuming because junior year, I did not see him at all. And senior year, I did not see him. So I'm assuming he dropped out, but yeah, just crazy.
You think things went south after he dropped out of school?
I think so, because back then, he was, you know, a little bit chubby. Right now, pictures I saw, he's skinny, has like cheekbones like that. But, yeah.
Now, did you hear that his girlfriend was making threats to other schools around this area?
I didn't know.
Did you know? You didn't know what his girlfriend was?
No, I didn't know.
Okay, but you did go to that school.
Oh yeah, I was right there for 4 years.
What does it feel like to stand here and know that that's what happened at your old elementary school?
I feel bad.
Yeah.
Kids. Yeah. Because yesterday, I was walking through them. I was walking and high-fiving all the kids there. And I don't know if I high-fived a child that's no longer with us.
Now, Tucker, as soon as I was talking with them, I ran over and I actually talked to a family whose son survived all of this, a third-grade boy. You heard the previous guest there, the judge saying that these kids are going to have PTSD. This kid says he doesn't want to go back to school. He's traumatized. He said he did not feel like he was going to survive. I asked him if they went through any active shooter training, if he knew what to do. He said, no, we were all at recess. He saw the guy shoot up into the air, and he goes, I heard him go pow, pow, and he goes, I knew he was serious at that point about hurting people. This is a little boy who, again, is scared to go back to school at this point.
Awful. Alan Bradley, even now, it's interesting how little we know about the man who perpetrated this. So I appreciate your addition to what we've learned. Thank you very much. So it seems like shootings like this are more common. They're certainly more common than they were 30 years ago. On Sunday, a man called Andrew Abdullah allegedly shot and killed a man on the subway in New York City. Police say the attack was random. The victim was just heading to brunch and was killed. Abdullah surrendered to police just hours ago. So on some level, what we can say for certain is that there are a lot of crazy people hurting others. There is what they call a mental health crisis in progress. What's causing it? What can we do? Buck Sexton, a former CIA officer, joins us tonight. Also a lifelong New Yorker, I should say. For some reason, I mean, the New York Times just ran a piece the other day saying that hallucinations from schizophrenia are actually cool and you shouldn't worry about them. There is this kind of weird unwillingness to face what's clearly a mental health crisis in the face, and I'm not sure why.
Well, it seems to me, Tucker, that we're going to be looking at the missed signs, and that's what so often happens in a situation like this. The chances, and this reminds me a lot of the analysis we do on counterterrorism cases. When someone radicalizes, you used to look at the progression, the process, and there's almost always steps and phases and things that people saw, things that maybe even were brought to the attention of authorities. In something like this, psychopathic mass murder, it's also very likely that you're going to find that there are steps, there were things that were missed in this process, there were red flags that people saw and either didn't do enough about or perhaps the state failed. Those are the kinds of interventions that it would be worth at least discussing now, maybe a means of making those kinds of steps so you can avoid this situation. But also there's, interestingly enough, there often on the left is a fight from people, or people are fighting against involuntary commitment. They fight against the kinds of laws that could take a dangerous person off the streets. And not on this level, obviously, but at lower levels, there are people that clearly are a harm to themselves and to those around them. And oftentimes the far left decides that they should not actually be committed and fight against those laws. So that might be something that gets a look now, apart from, of course, all the discussion about gun control and everything else we're going to see.
Which doesn't seem very interesting to the people in charge. I mean, unless there's an ideological angle. They spent last week telling us that the lunatic who shot up the grocery store in Buffalo was some kind of right-wing activist. He was a mental patient, obviously, as his diary made clear. So, but they don't seem that interested in the fact that there are an awful lot of tragically, sometimes dangerously mentally ill people wandering around all of a sudden. Like, what is that? Am I the only one to notice this?
No, I think that would be a helpful conversation for the country to have, obviously, in this moment of real tragedy, horror, and there is a need for unity and healing now in the country, as much as we can try to achieve something in the aftermath of evil like this. But I have to say, the people that are using this as an opportunity to bludgeon the other side with platitudes about we must do something, and then it always falls into a very narrow political lens, they're actually hurting the situation. They're actually making this more difficult, because if we're really trying to have a conversation about how to stop this kind of atrocity from happening again, and it's by the percentages. You're not going to stop all mass shootings. You want to stop as many as you humanly possibly could without completely imploding your society in the process. If we're going to have that conversation, it can't be along the lines of, here's the thing that I've been trying to pass in Congress for the last 6 months or perhaps the last 20 years that no one thinks would actually do anything about this shooting or other shootings. And if you won't do that, you're a monster. And I think we're already seeing that's the trajectory that much of the conversation, at least online from Democrats and the left, is already taking. And it's appalling. And like I said, not only will they not help this situation, they make it harder, because the people that say this is on Republicans, this is on Donald Trump, this is on whomever they don't like politically, are standing in the way of an actual adult conversation about having some kind of, if not solution, at least better preventative measures.
Well, that's exactly right. An adult
result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a
It all comes down to acknowledging that everyone's journey through this is very individual and unique, and to respect that and the choices that people make, and that there's no way you can really fathom the dark path that's ahead of you, but you will find a way through it, back into hope and life, and at one point even joy. So embrace those that are there to support you and love you, allow them to support and love you, and honor what you lost by allowing that love to show in whatever way you choose to.
I think it's hard for anybody at a time like this to imagine that they can ever find joy again, but you say it's possible.
It's possible. Sure as heck isn't easy, but you know, I have a surviving son who I love with my whole life. He brings me joy, and doing something for Dylan to prevent other families from feeling this, as many as I can. I wouldn't say that brings me joy, but it certainly brings me purpose.
Can you tell people the name of your organization so that they can look it up if they'd like to take part?
Sure. I helped launch an organization called Sandy Hook Promise, and we focus on legislation, but we mostly focus on teaching youth and empowering youth to know the signs and to take action before violence occurs. Because sadly, and this is what we'll wait to hear from this shooting as the investigation proceeds, there are almost always signs. These acts are preventable if we know what to look for and how to take action. And that's what we teach in schools across the country.
Nicole Hockley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
As we wait to hear from the president, who's expected to speak any minute now. He was supposed to start around 8:30. It's now 8:30, almost 8:32. We'll bring you the president's remarks, obviously, live. We're joined here in New York by our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger, and also CNN senior political commentator David Axelrod, a former senior advisor to
Report, both absolutely free for call.
Obviously, presidents have had to make speeches like this far too many times. What are your thoughts?
I mean, after listening to Nicole Hockley, there's not much more to say, and I don't know how the president can sort of get beyond that. You can talk about gun control, you can talk about how ridiculous it is that Congress hasn't done anything in the last 10 years since Sandy Hook, but the absolute waste of humanity that we seem to put up with in this country and don't do anything about it, whether it's the mental health part of it or it's the expanding background checks on guns, which the public supports. It's kind of hard to fathom that that mother had to go through that, and other parents 10 years later are going through what she went through, and the families at Parkland had to go through the same thing, and we kind of have this process. And it seems to me that all we do is kind of repeat it, and nothing gets done. And you don't want to be hopeless about it or cynical about it because you see people suffering and you want to do something about it. But I'm not sure what Joe Biden can do to reassure people that he can help anymore.
David?
Yeah, well, you know, Phil Mattingly said the president was stunned. Mm-hmm. You can be horrified, you can be heartbroken, but you can't be stunned anymore because this has become a fact of life in America, more frequent all the time. And the challenge for him in making this speech, he will bring real heartfelt empathy because he does have those feelings, and he will bring the sympathies of the country. What he can't do is persuade people who have seen this scene so many times that we're going to take action. And that, I think, creates enormous amount of cynicism about politics in general. And I don't really, I'm with Gloria, it's hard to overcome that. He could challenge the Congress to take this up again. I think they have a pretty good sense that that's not going to happen. And so, you know, we as a country have to decide. I was thinking about these parents waiting for their kids who were never going to come and praying desperately that their little child is going to walk through that door, and the child never walks through that door. And this scene is being repeated again and again, not just children, obviously, but in this case, so tragic. And like, what do you say to these people? What do politicians say to these people? And, you know, what we need is political courage in this country, and people have to decide that these children's lives may be more valuable than another term in Congress. And, you know, that is unusual, but, you know, one hopes that at least a few consciences are pricked by what happened today.
You also think about, I mean, you're talking about, think about the parents. These are parents now, 18 parents who, you know, 19 who, you know, parents of the adult who was killed, who have now entered completely uncharted territory in their life. And you know, I'm in touch with a number of families who have lost children and have lost loved ones in mass shootings, and their lives are never the same. I mean, you know, they have suddenly entered a whole other realm, and there are lots of other people who are already in that world who can reach out and help them and want to, just as you heard from
I have friends who have, sadly, a number of friends, not because of gun violence, but for other reasons, have lost their children. And it is something, you know, friends who go to their gravesite every single day and they never stop. The thing that she talked about that was so moving was her son, because it's not just the child who is killed, but also the sibling, you know, who sees the grief of their parents, who misses their sibling. You know, their lives have changed forever as well. It's a whole family tragedy that no one ever recovers from.
And let me just say this about Biden. I mean, don't forget, he was involved in the 90s in passing the assault weapons ban, which then did not get renewed. And you know this from working with Barack Obama, that after Newtown, he was put in charge of trying to get expanded background checks and those kinds of things put in place, and that failed. So Biden will admit, and has admitted, that he was a failure in trying to get this done. And of course, he will try and use this to push something through Congress, but we know where Congress is right now. Just look on Twitter, everybody's backing into their own corner.
How he was able to make entry, exactly where the shootings took place. As I mentioned, it's still active. We have our Texas Rangers that are leading this investigation right now, and I will continue to provide updates as we receive them.
Do you know, are there security cameras inside the school that will help with evidence?
Well, that's what we're trying to determine now. So it's a full investigation, a very thorough investigation right now that's being conducted by our Texas Rangers. And as I mentioned, once we receive that information, we will continue to provide updates. But as of right now, that's all the details I have to provide. It's still an active investigation. We want to make sure that we provide accurate information as we go through this investigation.
How are the first responders doing? Our hearts go out to all of those who rushed to the scene, the heroes today. For those that you have talked to, how's everybody doing?
Right, and they are heroes. That's a great point. They are heroes because this is an active shooter situation, and we understand what takes place in these active shooter situations, especially involving schools. And again, just brave men and women that showed up on scene that were met with gunfire. And it's just a perfect example of heroism by these brave men and women of law enforcement to be on the scene and to stop further loss of life. Right now, we do have multiple agencies involved. We have victim services that are here to comfort these officers, and especially the families as well, that it's a very horrific scene, especially these officers that were able to make entry and see the loss of life that was right in front of them.
I want to point out to people who are watching at home, Lieutenant, we're awaiting the president addressing the nation tonight, given what has happened in your community, as families wait to be reunited with their loved ones and try to understand what has gone on. What more can you tell us about the reunification process and what you're telling families who have so many questions?
Right, as I mentioned, it's still an active investigation right now, and of course, we're trying to work with our local law enforcement, our local partners, our county partners as well, to identify those victims and meet with the families as well, and also the students that were involved as well that saw this horrific tragedy that took place. So we're trying to offer as much services as possible by working together to comfort these families, these victims, and also the ones that witnessed the scene.
Tell me what's happening behind you right now. I know that the investigation is ongoing. It will take a while, but the school is closed off with crime scene tape. How long do you expect investigators to be out there? And I do understand school is over for the year now.
Right. I mean, our investigators are going to be here as long as possible. They're going to conduct a thorough investigation to make sure that every question is answered and also to find out exactly why this took place. So they will be out here indefinitely until this investigation is closed, and so we can determine all the details by working with our other partners as well.
All right. Lieutenant Christopher Olivares with the Texas Department of Public Safety, thank you, and to all of the authorities who are on scene trying to make sense of this. And as you mentioned, the investigation will answer a lot of our questions, but maybe not all of them. Lieutenant, thank you again. Just want to get you up to speed on where things stand right now. We are hearing from the White House that the president will step in front of the podium to address the nation in about 2 minutes or less. He is coming back from a trip from Asia. He was informed of the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, en route to the United States, and will be speaking to the country, a commander-in-chief, but tonight you've heard the term comforter-in-chief, and how he will, one, communicate to the people of Uvalde, Texas, the families of the 18 children who were killed today, and the one adult, a staffer at that school. Tom Dempsey is joining me ahead of the president's address.
To half staff. John?
And President and Dr. Biden have just entered the Roosevelt Room of the White House. Let's listen in.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I had hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witnessed what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. It's never quite the same. It's the feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, and Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done? It's been 3,448 days, 10 years since I stood up at a high school in Connecticut, a grade school in Connecticut, where another gunman massacred 26 people, including 20 first graders at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Since then, There have been over 900 incidents of gunfires reported on school grounds. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Santa Fe High School in Texas. Oxford High School in Michigan. The list goes on, and the list grows. Oxford High School in Michigan. The list goes on, and the list grows. When it includes mass shootings at places like movie theaters, houses of worship, as we saw just 10 days ago at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. I am sick and tired of it. We have to act. And don't tell me we can't have an impact on this carnage. I spent my career as a senator and a vice president working to pass common sense gun laws. We can and won't prevent every tragedy, but we know they work and have positive impact. When we passed the assault weapons ban, mass shootings went down. When the law expired, mass shootings tripled. The idea that an 18-year-old kid can walk into a gun store and buy 2 assault weapons is just wrong. What in God's name do you need an assault weapon for except to kill someone? Deer aren't running through the forest with Kevlar vests on, for God's sake. It's just sick. And the gun manufacturers have spent 2 decades aggressively marketing assault weapons, which make them the most and largest profit. For God's sake, we have to have the courage to stand up to the industry. Here's what else I know. Most Americans support common sense laws, common sense gun laws. I just got off a trip from Asia, meeting with Asian leaders. And I learned of this while I was on the aircraft. And what struck me on that 17-hour flight, what struck me was these kinds of mass shootings rarely happen anywhere else in the world. Why? They have mental health problems. They have domestic disputes in other countries. They have people who are lost. But these kinds of mass shootings never happen with the kind of frequency they happen in America. Why? Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone? It's time to turn this pain into action. For every parent, for every citizen in this country, we have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act. It's time for those who obstruct or delay or block the common sense gun laws. We need to let you know that we will not forget. We can do so much more. We have to do more. Our prayer tonight is for those parents lying in bed and trying to figure out, will I be able to sleep again? What do I say to my other children? What happens tomorrow? May God bless the loss of innocent life on this sad day. And may the Lord be near the brokenhearted and save those crushed in spirit, because they're going to need a lot of help and a lot of our prayers. God love you.
President Biden in the Roosevelt Room.
To Connecticut, and your ancestor was.
His voice rising, amplified only as he repeats the talking points he repeated for over 35 years in the United States Senate. Partisan politics being the only thing that animates him. Unfit for leadership of this country. Will Cain is a man we trust. He often fills in on this show. He's also the host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Will Cain, what a moment this would have been if he had stopped a sentence in and said, we're going to pray for these families, and let's let this marinate for a minute. Let's stand respectfully before a tragedy. And Joe Biden has lived tragedy, so he could say that with some credibility. He moved immediately into some DNC rant off a cue card. That's the president?
What a moment this almost was.
Yes.
Was there a moment at the beginning of the speech, it sounded like he might bring this country together, talking about the loss inside someone when they lose a child, the hole that never will be filled, quoting scripture, which is so important in this moment, Tucker, because what we're suffering from culturally is a rot of spirituality, a loss of meaning. And then you're exactly right. He turns and gets animated when it's time to cast blame, when it's time to point fingers, when it's time to be partisan. You know, he can't point to a single law that would have stopped this shooter because he doesn't know what this shooter did yet, what gun he used. He knows nothing about the details of this crime. And so therefore he knows not what law he could offer that would solve this crime, which reveals it was just simply partisanship. I've been listening to you tonight, Tucker, and I do share this sentiment with you.
Will they be able to sleep again? What do I say to my other children, and what happens tomorrow? Our thoughts and prayers are with all of those involved today. We will do our best to add perspective and bring you the facts first on this tragic and sad day. And I think about the children and the staff who were inside that school the moment the gunman came in, and they lived through this tragedy, but they will never forget it. I think we all just need to take a breath for a moment. I mentioned an hour ago it was going to be a hard night for all of us, and it becomes incredibly hard the more we learn about what happened earlier today at that school in Texas. I have 3 kids. I send them off to school every morning, and I do, as a news person, think about what happens, because we live in a society now where we almost have to think at some point it might happen to us. It might happen to your family. It will hit close to home. And so this is when we unite as a country, as a community, to fight for answers, to try to comprehend and understand exactly what has gone on. I'm going to turn to my faith, and I hope we all turn to each other. And I hope we don't politicize this. I hope we let it sink in that it was a tragedy, and let the families involved grieve as we wait for answers. All right, Tom Dempsey is joining us from Washington. Tom, I mentioned that the president addressed the nation.
Cecilia Vega live at the White House tonight. Cecilia, thank you for being here with us tonight. Hearing the president address the nation tonight, saying he was hoping he would not have to do this as president. And as Cecilia points out, he's now done it a couple of times in just the last week and a half. I want to bring in our investigative reporter, Aaron Kotursky, who's been reporting this out with me all afternoon and into the evening. What we're learning now about the suspect, 18 years old, believed to be a student at the high school in that small, tight-knit community. We have the name of the 4th grade teacher now, Eva Morales, but we'd also be remiss if we didn't mention that authorities revealed pretty early on today that they believe the suspect, there's the teacher right there, the 4th grade teacher, that they believe the suspect also killed his grandmother before going to that school.
That began what you heard President Biden call the battlefield there in Uvalde, Texas, killing his grandmother before this 18-year-old Salvador Ramos went inside the elementary school and turned the gun on kids. We believe mainly 3rd and 4th graders, 18 of whom authorities now say were killed. David, this battlefield was both outside the school and inside the school. We're told the suspect was engaged by police officers outside from the Uvalde Independent School District. They were simply outgunned. We're told that he was carrying an AR-15 style rifle that authorities have recovered at the scene. He was able to move inside the school, where he opened fire in at least one, if not more, classrooms. And there was an awful lot of gunfire exchanged with law enforcement. David, for some of the responding officers, this was deeply personal. A number of agents from Customs and Border Protection have kids who go to that school. They were there responding to this mass shooting, David.
And Aaron, we're just learning from our team that you work very closely with that the shooting took place as soon as the suspect entered the school, and that all of the victims at the school died, quote, in the same location inside that school. We know from our team on the scene that many of the parents who were showing up today were asking where they could find information on their loved ones. And in many cases, they pointed out that their loved ones were 10 years old, which gave us an idea of what grade this might have been.
mainly 3rd and 4th graders. David, 9, 10 years old, just heartbreaking to think of those victims and the anguish, the crushed spirits, as the president called it, of their parents tonight that have to now figure out how to go on with their lives after having their kids gunned down inside a school. And the president ticked off the new
things could possibly be normal for a day, you get a call from a former coworker of yours saying, hey, I hope you're doing well. And those intentions are great, and when people check in on you, it's great. But like you said, it does bring you back, and it does make you feel, and that's a complicated thing as well, because, you know, the longer the time passes, revisiting the trauma of a shooting is revisiting a lot of different types of trauma, because especially when you're young and in these schools, this happens during the formative years of your life. So these students are going to be going back into school soon, and they are going to live lives and have childhoods and early adulthoods that are completely informed by this tragedy. And from what I've seen with Parkland and with all these other horrible shootings, it changes people forever.
Cmgus, I appreciate your time tonight.
Thanks.
Just Ed, we're going to have more on the investigation and reaction to President Biden. And just to give you a quick reminder of what we have heard thus far, we talked to Sergeant Estrada earlier in the program. 18 children we know have been killed, 1 adult from the school as well. The shooter killed by law enforcement on the scene. There are others who are wounded. We don't have an exact number. Some parents, we're told by police, have been notified that their child is deceased. We don't know if all the parents involved have, as of yet, been notified. This gunman, according to the police, shot and killed his grandmother earlier in the day. Then there was a crash, according to police, what they described, or what was described to police, or they described as an epic crash. His car hit a ditch by this school. There were, at least we know, some school, or at least one school safety officer, security officer on the scene. The gunman was seen with what was described as a rifle by the police. Don't know the exact make of it, as well as wearing body armor. Don't know the exact type of it, and a backpack heading toward trying to enter the school. According to the law enforcement officer we talked to, a school security guard engaged with the gunman. He was still able to enter the school, and then it was said where he proceeded to kill 18 children and at least 1 adult and wound others. We don't know if that was in one classroom or the exact location of those killings or the timeline of those killings. According to Sergeant Estrada, tactical units then were able
to unite people to instead work them to their own advantage. It's so ghoulish and grotesque to watch.
It really is. People have died, and we owe them the respect of restraint. That's how I feel about all death. And I know you agree. This stuff just drains people's humanity, and it's just awful. Glenn Greenwald, thank you for your description of that.
Thanks, Tucker.
Finally, tonight we want to go back to Allie Bradley. She just conducted a new interview from a witness to this crime in Uvalde, Texas. She joins us now. Allie, thanks for coming back on. What have you learned?
Well, Tucker, we learned that this was during recess. This little 3rd grade boy telling me that he saw this gunman actually fire shots, and he said, I know that this guy's serious about hurting people at this point. He said he didn't know what to do. They basically all ran back into the classroom and kind of took cover. Take a listen.
So you heard the gunshots?
Yes.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking like, oh shoot, he ain't like, he's not like kidding. He's actually not afraid to shoot someone.
Are you scared to go? Do you have to go back to school now? I think you're out of school, right?
I do not want to go to school because I'm traumatized now.
So how close to the shooting were you? How far would you say it happened from you?
I say like a couple feet.
You know, Tucker, this little boy, he's telling me that he didn't think he was going to survive. And to be that young and to have that feeling, it's a really, really tragic thing tonight.
Oh, it's just the worst. Thank you for reporting from the scene, Allie. Thank you. So we've got about 55 seconds left, and we want to go to our friend Dana Lash, resident of Texas, for a reaction to what we've seen today. Hey, Dana.
Hey, Tucker, it's awful. I have to say a quick thing about the president's remarks. I mean, immediately going in, it started out well enough, but then he started raising his voice and yelling. You know what the gun lobby is? There's no old-timey gun lobby. The modern gun lobby, it's voters. It's people who go and cast their votes to protect themselves. Nothing was said about the parents. Nothing was asked about school security. It's irresponsible. America deserves better than President McUnity with his hatefulness and divisiveness. He ought to look into the scripture about bearing false witness if he wants to cite the Bible.
Nicely put. I agree. That's one of the most dispiriting things.
We have way too many people at Brady and across this country who are gun violence survivors. Like everyone else who you've talked to, Chris, I cannot imagine. And it makes me want to cry thinking about it now, what the families are experiencing. And it doesn't have to be this way. And that is what I want to impart, because gun safety laws work. It's not even debatable, Chris. We know that permit to purchase saves lives. We know the Brady law saves lives. These aren't debatable, and the vast majority of Americans agree. Why are we arguing about this? And we don't need to. Let's pass these laws, and that's my great frustration, is sitting here knowing maybe not the next shooter or the shooter after that you are forced to cover, like the rest of the American media, unlike any other industrialized country that has as many problems but not as many guns. They don't cover this stuff, Chris. And the reason why is we have more guns sold without the appropriate infrastructure, and we know the answers. So let's fix it. And Chris Murphy has said to you tonight he wants to. The Democrats have the apparatus to change it. And you know what? If we can't get expanded Brady laws through this Senate, then maybe we have to fix the filibuster, because it's stopping a lot of other things. And I think for me, as a mom, it's very hard, because there are people sitting here in our country tonight who did drop off their kids in the state of Texas, and they will never see them again. And that is something that never, ever ends. And for me, it relates to our democracy and our country. Are we going to conscript our society to this? Do you want to feel like when you're walking down your aisle in a grocery store, or at your elementary school when you drop kids off, or at the movie theater, you're a target? It's just not right. And for me, I want it to change. And I think that the answers are very simple.
Chris Brown, Brady, thank you very much for making time for us tonight. I really appreciate it. I want to just reset what we're doing. Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Here is...
was shot in the leg, injured in the leg, excuse me. Right now they're trying to figure out if he was shot in the leg or suffered a shrapnel injury in the leg. But Sean, the latest update out here tonight is a grim one. Again, 18 children dead, 1 adult dead, that believed to be a teacher inside. And I can tell you, just a short time ago, I spoke with the mayor of Uvalde, Mayor Don McLaughlin, and he told me 2 of his staffers had just found out that their children had been killed here in this school. And unfortunately, so many other parents may get that phone call tonight, a phone call that could potentially change their life forever.
Bill, I have no words. When you're talking about kids this young, it's so sad, so tragic. How does a parent ever recover from this? Our thoughts, our prayers are with all of them. Thank you, Bill. And we'll circle back and check in with you later in the hour. Here now with more on the background of the shooter and his potential motives. What we know at this point, Trace Gallagher is with us. Trace, what do we know about the shooter?
Let me just piggyback on top of Bill's reporting there, Sean, because Texas Democratic State Senator Roland Gutierrez says the shooter, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, bought 2 assault rifles on his 18th birthday. But we should note that we have zero confirmation of what type of weapon or weapons were used in this shooting. In fact, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the shooter used a rifle and a handgun. Now, for clarity, we should note in Texas you can buy a long gun when you're 18 years old, but you cannot buy a handgun at at least not from a licensed dealer. You can apparently buy a handgun at 18 years old from a private citizen in Texas. Investigators and private groups are now scouring, as you might imagine. It happens in every shooting. They're scouring the shooter's social media footprint, and we have also pulled up sites that certainly match the name and the identity of the shooter, and they do show pictures of weapons and messages taunting a young woman, actually taunting a few young women. We won't show you those posts because we have not yet confirmed them. Now, we should also note there are reports, we are getting word that after the shooter shot his grandmother, which we still have not confirmed that she has died, some believe that she might be still alive, that he apparently got into some kind of car accident, and that's when he got out of the car and went in. And as Bill was saying, the Associated Press, everybody reporting the shooter ran into the school, followed by that tactical Border Patrol agent who went in with another team, shot and killed Salvador Ramos. Ramos was hiding behind a barrier at the time. And finally, we should note this now becomes the second deadliest primary school shooting in U.S. history. Remember when Adam Lanza went in, he opened fire in Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. He killed 20, 6, and 7-year-olds along with 6 adults. He also killed his mom before he went to that school. Sean.
All right, Trace Gallagher, we'll check in with you later in the program. Now, let's bring in law enforcement and their perspective. Joining us now is retired NYPD Detective Pat Bronson. Pat, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. I wish under better circumstances. The one thing that you got to give a lot of credit to, once again, is law enforcement. Looked like you had law enforcement and Border Patrol agents that were in the area, tactical teams that they have within their organization, and they were able to successfully take this guy out, but not after 18 kids, sadly, were murdered.
Wow. It's a horror show. It's an absolute horror show, Sean. I've been on a number of times with you on this stuff, and I salute them. They're heroes, and they do it every single day. But unfortunately, there is no complete solution. There's only a series of partial solutions. We can't just throw labor at this. I hear impassioned pleas, Sean, for an officer in every school in America. That's logistically unfeasible and mathematically impossible. What we need to do is utilize smart technology. That's what's needed. We need to install man traps. This is something we've discussed in the past. Back in 2018, I checked. Man traps, a series of interlocking doors at the school entrance that are triggered by a tripwire. The tripwire can be a gunshot, broken glass, a manual switch tossed by a school employee, and it traps the shooter like a rat. And when he's trapped like a rat, we're buying time. The most precious commodity these children can ever get is time to run, time to hide, time to get away from this madman and his bullets. It's tripwires, it's man traps. It's not labor, it's not gun control. Sorry to say.
You know, Pat, you look at this, though, and I've said this, we've had way too many of these shootings, and one of the solutions I would like to have is, I don't care how great the response team is, it's, you know, for any law enforcement, even the best response time is not enough. We have retired military, we have retired law enforcement. They can be in every school, they can be outside the perimeter, they can be inside the school, and at least you have people there on the ground that are fully trained, that would be capable of immediately responding and hopefully preventing death in the process. People seem resistant to that idea, and I'm not sure why.
Well, you know, Sean, I'm in the business. We provide security for schools, armed security, unarmed security, man traps, all the stuff, technology, labor. The fact is, mathematically, it's impossible. It's a logistical impossibility. There's 700,000 sworn officers in the United States. If every single one took off and were assigned to a school, we still wouldn't cover the at least 900,000 entry doors in the public school system today. I took a look at the math. It's not possible. The math doesn't work. It's a physical impossibility. Will that help in some way as a layered security solution? And let's be clear, these are only partial solutions, because the madness that's ricocheting in the mind of these madmen, unless they share it with somebody, write it down, memorialize it, post it, or say it, there's no way in the world that law enforcement can interfere, interject, and mitigate. It's impossible unless we can read their minds. And by the way, the shooting in Buffalo where 10 were murdered in that racist incident at the Tops grocery store, that clown was stopped and interviewed and thrown in a mental hospital for 36 hours back in June because he confessed that he wanted to murder a bunch of people. 36 hours and he's back out on the street. Doesn't work. We got to help ourselves. We owe the kids more. We owe them more. We owe the children in America more. We got to figure this out. It's technology, it's labor, it's a series of layers.
You know, the president weighed in on a lot of this today, and I'd hope when I became president I wouldn't have to do this again, another massacre. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name, you know, will we do what we all need in our gut needs to be done? Pat, guns don't shoot themselves, and you know, there are more instances that nobody ever reports, I guess because it doesn't advance an agenda, one political agenda, but guns are used to save lives every day also. And it's not the issue of the gun, it's the issue of the evil that's in the heart of somebody that does something like this.
1,000%, Sean. The gun genie has been out of the bottle for decades. There are more guns in America than all the bad guys combined could ever use. They last 100 years with minimal maintenance. They are around forever. They are around here forever. It's not about the next gun that's being manufactured. It's about a series of other interlocking, mitigating factors to help save these children. And I hate to say it, and it saddens me to say it, but there's no full solution. There's only ways to minimize the probability of reoccurrence.
You know, I wish on days like today, I wish we could put politics aside for 5 seconds and just think of the tragedy and the horror that parents are going through tonight because they lost their children. Their lives will never, ever be the same.
May have even been preventable.
You know, it was shocking for me to hear, and I don't know, get your reaction here, Jeff, the president throwing out some numbers of shootings on school campuses in the last decade or so. We'll have to verify this, but he said close to 3,500 shootings since Sandy Hook in Newtown, Connecticut. This is what you do for a living, making our schools safe. Are our schools any safer than they were 10 years ago? Because a decade later, we've got another mass shooting and children killed.
Well, I think there's been a lot of private sector initiatives. There have been standards that have been created. There's best practices from Secret Service and Department of Justice. But how many school buildings are really taking physical security seriously, that are providing training beyond, you know, active shooter, what do we do, and you know, evacuations and things, but really identifying suspicious behavior, having adequate physical security systems at schools where you just don't walk in the front door of a building. You know, you can't walk into any building in corporate America without being stopped first. You know, we need to start looking at, in my opinion, we need to start looking at national requirements and regulatory requirements for school physical security. There's a lot of great information out there, but you know, we have fire regulation for schools that's absolutely strict. It's embedded in every construction document, every remodel, in school plans. And I believe we haven't had a child die in a school fire since 1953. This is the new fire. This is something we need to deal with. We want to talk about legislation and action. It's my opinion, we need national standards on physical security in schools that need to be incorporated nationally, that are going to make real changes in locking down school buildings, but keeping them open and welcome for students at the same time. But, you know, nobody should be able to walk right into a school building.
So what would that look like? What would the change that you'd like to see?
Well, you know, in my experience, when I've done assessments of physical security for schools, one of the first things I see is, you know, you walk in the front door of the building and the first thing you see is a sign that says all visitors report to the office, and the office is 100 feet down the hall. You know, I'd like to see, you know, a primary entrance to the school that all children and visitors come through, staff, and that other doors to buildings are secured during entry time. and so that we control entry into the buildings, because that's where it starts. You know, the further we can push out those concentric rings of security to the parking lot, to the street, and not have that first ring be at the office in the inside of the school, we're going to go very far in saving lives and preventing incidents like this.
There's always more to be done. Jeff, as always, we appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate you. And really sorry for everybody tonight. This is really heart-wrenching to see this.
Couldn't agree more. All right. As we wait for answers, the investigation is just beginning into what happened today in Uvalde outside Robb Elementary School. I want to bring in correspondent Kelly Beeson now with what we've learned over the last hour, particularly as it involves the gunman. Kelly?
Well, Marty, there's so many questions that law enforcement are now working to answer. At a press conference earlier today, officials did say they believe the suspect acted alone.
Hours after the attack on Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, questions remain about the motive of the suspect in this case. 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, who allegedly killed his grandmother before heading to the school.
The FBI has consistently reported that 75% of school shooters have been bullied at school previously.
Ellen DeLaura is a former professor at Syracuse University who says some young people who act out in this way have decided to adopt a radical philosophy. For others, it's a way to deal with past trauma, violence or abuse in their home or their community.
They are people who oftentimes have tried to figure out a solution to what it is that they felt while they were in school, and they felt that no adult helped them.
It could be some time before we learn anything about motive, and it's too early to speculate.
Former FBI agent Phil Andrews says law enforcement officials are now looking to put those pieces of the puzzle together by taking photos of the crime scene, interviewing neighbors, reviewing digital evidence, surveillance videos, and social media, lifting any clue that points to motive or any potential assistance to the suspect.
Mostly everything is going to be in a journal or it's going to be in social media. But where you'll find it is where they're writing somewhere that are going to absolutely give you the story of why he did this, because it's not something that's so random. He's ruminated about this and processed it to the point where he couldn't take it, and this is where we end up.
And Thomas says by the end of the week, more evidence will likely emerge to potentially give clarity as to what the motive was in this case, Marnie.
Yeah, if we'll never know. All right, Kelly Beeson, thank you. And we want to remind you we'll have continuing coverage on the massacre in Uvalde, Texas as the night goes on. We'll have reaction from folks in that community who have been impacted, and we're in constant communication with authorities on the ground. The flags at the White House tonight have been lowered to half-staff after the president spoke just moments ago saying, "I hoped when I became president I would not have to do this." Tonight he spoke to the nation as a father. We will be right back. And a reminder as well, it is primary night in a number of states. We'll have some results for you right after this.
I'm Nancy Liu, and you're watching News Nation.
Of this particular case. There's just absolutely no question about it. This is something that people are going to struggle with for a very long time. And sometimes you hear people talk about healing. You don't heal from stuff like this. You just don't. And I think it was Juliet that mentioned earlier, you know, there are many people that, you know, when they watch television, they see crime scenes. Those are sanitized versions. You work the street, you see what it really looks like. And I can only imagine, unfortunately, weapons as devastating as assault rifles ripping through the bodies of children and the kind of damage that it causes and what that scene has to look like. I mean, this is something that, believe me, people need to understand just how devastating this is. And hopefully there'll be some action taken, although I'm not optimistic that there'll be any action taken, unfortunately.
Juliet, I mean, just over a week ago, 10 people were killed in Buffalo, as you mentioned. What, I mean, I don't even know if it makes sense to talk about trying to protect targets like this. But I mean, again, we're talking about schools and we're talking about a supermarket. So to call them targets. I mean, everything by that definition is a target.
Right. I mean, life is a target when you have this kind of weaponry out there, and that is that's the reality. And we sanitize it. I mean, I sanitize it. I say killer and not gunman. It's a gunman. I mean, it's someone who uses a gun to kill 18 children, who, as Chief Ramsey was reminding us, as we've been all reminding us, what is happening right now? It's 9:19 p.m. And we haven't had really a very good press conference. I'll tell you what's happening. There's 18 little bodies that have been destroyed and decimated, and I'm going to be clear here, by a gun that is meant to do that. But these are young bodies, and they do not have identification. They're not carrying wallets, and their parents know that they haven't survived because their parents aren't unified with them. And their parents, as every parent knows, is the only person who can probably identify that child right now. The birthmark on the thigh, the crooked toe, whatever it is that we know about our kids that no one else would know, that wouldn't be in a sanitized medical report. And that's what's happening. That's why it's 9:20 p.m. and the three of us have been on air for I think about 7 hours. And I just have to say it again. This is what's happening inside that room. And when we talk about the gunman's motives and guns, that's all important. And it's important because this is what happened. I mean, this is our American rinse and repeat. This is what we do.
Andrew, CNN is reporting that Meta, formerly Facebook, is in contact with law enforcement and took down an account possibly associated with this gunman. We don't have much more information other than that. We know in Buffalo there was live streaming of by the gunman. He had followed the example set by the shooter, the mass killer in Christchurch in New Zealand years before, who also, I believe it was a live stream at that time. How critical are social media postings, whether it's for investigators or frankly for other people out there who admire these killers and want to follow in their footsteps?
Well, they're enormously influential, Anderson. We know that people who engage in these sort of attacks, they do it with full knowledge of those who have gone before them. So whether it's the Christchurch shooter, or it's Anders Breivik from Norway, or it's the shooters from Columbine, have big communities of people who study what they did, and think about those things in an inspirational way. So it's very important to understand what this killer may have posted on his own social media accounts. It may give us some insight into whether or not, what were his motivations, who was he looking to, who was he potentially motivated or inspired by. It's also important that the existence of those accounts may come to the attention of the social media companies before law enforcement is aware of it. And oftentimes, social media companies will take those accounts down because they violate their terms of service, and that actually obstructs law enforcement's ability to quickly get on top of that evidence and understand, what those posts may include. So oftentimes that's why you have a situation where the social media company, in this case possibly Meta, reaches out to law enforcement to say, hey, we took this down earlier today when we realized it was related. But obviously you need access to this material. So that's my suspicion of probably what's happening here.
And Andrew, I'm just being formal.
Food now makes me sick. How did muskets become AKs? How'd that happen? How'd that happen?
Let me go back to Dan. Wait, hold on. All right, Geraldo, you've dominated this whole conversation. You're not letting anyone else talk here, Geraldo. For the last 30 years of your life, you've been a very wealthy, successful guy. Nobody disputes that. You could go out tomorrow and buy security if you wanted to. The Second Amendment makes you sick. Why? So the criminals don't care about your gun laws. They love them because it it keeps law-abiding people unarmed while they don't give a damn about your laws. I did this for a living. They laugh at gun laws, and they love people like you advocating for gun laws because you can buy arm protection, and they can go in high-crime communities and prey on innocent people who can never get a hold of a gun. Because they actually obey the law.
All right, I got to wrap it up. We got to let you both go. Dan, thank you. Geraldo, thank you. All right, also tonight we are getting results from primaries in 5 states, including the great state of Georgia. We go to our
supervisors or their command to deploy, but if they're in the area, they hear a call like that, they're going to go to the scene in the event that they can help. And it looks, in fact, in this case, like one of them was likely crucial to stopping this gunman. So thank God we have law enforcement officers who are as dedicated and courageous as these folks are. But it is a very common occurrence when you have a crisis situation that you get an overwhelming law enforcement response right away.
Yeah, Charles, Chief Ramsey, I remember seeing in the city you formerly know very well and formerly worked in Washington at the Navy Yard shooting, when you look at the security cameras of the first law enforcement person.
That we need to, listen, this is what I don't want to say, but because I want people to be hopeful. But the truth is, this is the new normal, and it's not going to change. None of the gun laws that people are going to discuss on any network over the next few days, background checks, ghost guns, all this, none of that would have stopped today. These were legally purchased guns by a legal adult. And these laws that we talk about are not going to fix the problem. Well, I don't think we want to fix it. I don't know what it would take. I mean, I said years ago after Sandy Hook that if the Sandy Hook parents did what Emmett Till's mother did when he was brutally murdered by white supremacists in 1955. And she demanded that the casket be open at his funeral so that America could see what her child looked like. That created such an uproar, but it also created, in part, a movement. As Rosa Parks said, 5 months later, after Emmett Till, after seeing him in that casket, I decided not to give up my seat on that bus.
I think, just to say how I think about this, because I also feel that feeling. I mean, it's inarguable, and I think you'll hear this from conservatives, right, that this or that piece of legislation will not, change, things overnight. I mean, there are more guns in the U.S. than people. There's more guns than motor vehicles. We have the highest per capita rate of gun violence of any peer wealthy democracy. We have one of the highest in the entire world. The only places really that have higher are places like in the northern triangle of Central America, where people literally flee for their lives because of how high the level of gun violence is. So that's the sort of category we're in. I think the only way I can think about it is when I think about cigarettes, where a multi-decade approach that included changes to the culture, to the law, lawsuits, regulation. Again, small regulations at first, right? I mean, when you get rid of smoking sections on an airplane, how many lives does that save? Not a ton, that little thing, but it did chip away. And if you look at what happened over the course of 30, 40 years, a dramatic, hundreds of thousands of lives saved, hundreds of thousands, through a constant iterative process of changes in regulation that happened at local level, state level. And I agree with you that no one should have any illusions about this or that bill. But the only hope that I can find is something like that, which is that you got to start somewhere, and you got to start cracking the culture.
Point. Yes, I'm so glad you brought this up, because it's an example of how we can change.
Yeah,
we Americans. When they first proposed no smoking in bars, I thought, well, that's never going to happen.
Yes,
and it did. Who would have thought that the Germans, it's not even 75 plus years since they were the most violent killers on this planet, and 75 years later they're the most peaceful people. Same for the Japanese on this planet. People can change. Humans can change, but we won't acknowledge that we are a violent people to begin with. This country was birthed in violence with the genocide of the Native people at the barrel of a gun. This country was built on the backs of slaves with a gun to their backs to build this country into the country that we got to have. We don't want to acknowledge our two original sins here that have a gun behind the ability for us to become who we became. So I think that we've got to, I don't know, to nickel and dime this, I don't know if that's going to do it. I think that we need some really drastic action here. We need a moratorium, perhaps, on gun sales. We need to, who will say on this network or any other network in the next few days, it's time to repeal the Second Amendment? Oh, you can't say that. Well, why not? Why not? If I truly believe if Jefferson and Washington and Madison, if they all knew that the bullet would be invented some 50 years after our revolution, I don't know if they would have written it that way. They didn't even know what a bullet was. It didn't exist till the 1830s. If they had any idea that there would be this kind of carnage, you have to believe that the founders of this country wouldn't support it.
Well,
but the fact that these none of this look, I support all gun control legislation, not sensible gun control. We don't need the sensible stuff. We need the hardcore stuff that's going to protect ourselves and our children. I don't know if we're willing to do that, but I will say that I do have thoughts and prayers, and those thoughts and prayers are to remove as many Republicans, as many people who support this evil policy this coming November. And Americans know this. They don't want this. They don't want their kids killed at school. That's the vast majority of Americans. I'm in the mainstream of that.
Yes.
The vast majority of Americans, they believe that a fertilized egg is not a human being. We have got to remove these people that they believe in violence. They believe in the history. They don't want to take down their Confederate statues. They are so tied in to America and what we're really about. And you know, can I just say, President Biden, I watched this just before I came on here. He asked the central question. Health problems. Other countries went through all the craziness of COVID. Other countries' kids watch violent movies on TV. Why us? And that is the central question. If we are brave enough to answer that it's true, guns don't kill people. Americans kill people because no other place does this. But President Biden and the Democrats have got to also stop talking about, you know, yes, we would send troops to Taiwan. No, we're not. We're not sending troops anywhere. We are in the timeout room when it comes to sending troops to other countries. And yes, help the refugees, do whatever we can. But this violence that we're just so jacked on has got to come to an end. And what we saw today, we know it happened last week in Buffalo. It happened the day after Buffalo in Orange County. It'll happen again next week. There is no way to stop next week's mass murder. Anything we're talking about here has nothing to do with that. And so I want to have a real discussion about what we can really do to make guns the cigarettes of the 21st century.
I think that's the North Star to aim for, honestly. And obviously they're incredibly dangerous devices that cause lots of death and misery, so they have that in common. We should just say, and this is something that you've explored in your films, and particularly in Sicko, is, you know, there's a lot of things about America, you know, inflation right now, housing prices, right, which are both complicated in their causes and also shared in lots of different countries, right? There's problems that we have to figure out that other countries do too, and there just isn't, like, America's level of gun violence and level of guns is just its own thing. It's not, I mean, other countries in the Western Hemisphere have higher levels of per capita gun violence, but they are much, much poorer places. There is no wealthy democracy on earth with our level of gun violence and with our level of weapons and with our constitutional legal regime, which, as interpreted by the Supreme Court in the wake of the landmark 2008 Heller decision, where Scalia wrote for the court, that basically views it as essentially a kind of unfettered right. there's no, we really are on an island here on this, and everyone should really recognize that when we think about this, because some problems are very hard and complicated and are shared by other places, and some problems really kind of are ours, and this is one of those problems. These images, the B-roll that we're looking at, the coverage I'm doing tonight, which again is I've done this probably 24 times. I've been around the country in the wake of different shootings, yes. And this is us. This is an American thing in a way that it just really isn't anywhere else.
And aren't you sick of doing it, Chris? Aren't you tired of this? You must be. I know you. I mean, and you're a father. You have children. You know, I watched Nicole Wallace earlier today on this network practically break down, trying to speak through her tears. She has a 4th grader.
Yeah.
This has to stop, and we can stop it, but it won't be. Just if we keep talking about laws, remember, there's a Supreme Court now put there, a third of it appointed by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
What do you think that Supreme Court is going to do with any kind of gun legislation that gets passed?
In fact, they heard a case this year, which is likely to come out in the next week and is likely to basically strike down a New York law and produce essentially a Texas-style open carry regime throughout the country. So that's something to brace for as well, and to keep in mind that the Trump court is still another a problem to solve. Although I keep telling myself, if you told me what would happen to smoking in 1948, I wouldn't have believed you. So, Michael Moore,
we can change.
Michael Moore, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris, for doing what you're doing tonight. Thank you.
Michael Moore with the Golden State Warriors hat there. I wonder if the control room has the
stage. Her most recent comments showed how alienated she is from Georgia. And the truth is, after all the lies that were told about the new Georgia election law, we had a huge turnout. Everybody agrees in general the system worked, the reforms worked, and it's going to be very, and of course Stacey Abrams finally said, well, you can really have voter suppression without voter suppression. Well, if you have this big a turnout, what's your complaint? I mean, there's no complaints from any part of the state of Georgia right now, because the reforms that were passed after 2020 have really been quite successful and have made a huge difference. But I do want to go back to Cuellar just for a second. If the Democrats lose the last right-to-life member of the House, that is a dramatic alienation from about half the country, and people need to understand that you're looking at a Democratic Party so radical that abortion on the last day paid for by the taxpayer after 9 months is seen as more legitimate than being right to life. And I think that this defeat in Texas may resonate across the whole country as it sinks in that there's no one left who's allowed to speak out in favor of the baby in the Democratic caucus in the U.S. House.
Let me ask you, if you look at we can now, by the way, project that Ken Paxton has defeated George P. Bush, who I actually am very fond of. I think he has a bright political career ahead of him. I'm not sure why he made this move against a sitting attorney general. Always hard to beat an incumbent. By the way, Paxton, another Trump-endorsed candidate. I was a little surprised at this effort. I still believe that George P. does have a bright political career. He's a rising star in the party. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I think George P. is a great talent. I'm a little surprised, like you. Sometimes people get a little frustrated and a little jump to things that they're not quite in a position to win. I hope.
You know, right now, I know there are still some families looking to find their children. I mean, I was just down the street at the scene where, I mean, even closer than this, and there was a woman there looking for her niece and nephew. She had called San Antonio to see if they were airlifted there. She had called to find out if they were at the hospital here, and they still didn't know where they were less than an hour ago. And that is the latest update on that, what I have on family reunification there.
Talking to investigators, it sounds like it will take quite some time to process this scene. What are you hearing from authorities who are at the school tonight on the delicate and meticulous process of trying to pull together all of the pieces of what has happened?
I mean, you just heard the former chief there talk about their children involved here, right? So this is extremely sensitive. And you've got third graders saying that they didn't know if they were going to survive this. So it is going to be a long process, and there are a lot of agencies involved. And so, you know, I don't believe we'll hear a lot of details anytime soon. But, you know, I can tell you, and I don't know if this has been widely reported with you or not, but I have, of course, several very credible sources here, again, who have children in these schools. And they're telling me that when they came here to search the perimeter, they actually found loaded magazines for AR-style rifles out there near the school. And so they're going to be piecing a lot of these things together that, yeah, haven't really been released yet, Marnie.
Allie, tell us more about Uvalde, the community. It's a small, close-knit town. It's seemingly small enough that everybody sort of knows everybody else. You've been there a while. You've been in these communities. Tell us more about the people there.
I mean, I've spent a lot of time in this community, and not ever for something like this. And this is a small community, and they do rally together, and they are all extremely concerned. And I went out to talk to the mom of that child I spoke with, not to hear her child's story. He wanted to tell me. I just went there to hug her, because I just can't imagine what a small community like this is dealing with right now and reeling with at this moment. But all of these families that have been near the scene that I was speaking with, they were like, no way would this ever happen here. You know, we never would expect that. And you hear that often in these really small, tight-knit communities. But it's a border community where they've always rallied together, and they've always supported each other and supported law enforcement. And you see this show of force with law enforcement supporting them as well.
Yep, a lot of people looking for that hug tonight. Allie Bradley on the scene in Uvalde, Texas for us. Allie, we appreciate that report. And just a reminder for all of you at home, we continue to follow this breaking news out of Texas. We will get bits and pieces of new information as the hours and days go on. We do know that many of the injured in today's school shooting were taken to Uvalde Memorial Hospital, that is local, and also University Hospital, which is in San Antonio, was also treating some of the injured tonight. But at last check from authorities, 18 children had been killed in today's tragedy, one adult. I spoke with a man earlier today whose cousin was shot in the abdomen. She's a teacher at that school. She survived. There are survivors. They will have stories to tell and a memory they will never be able to forget. Continuing coverage here on News Nation Prime. In the moments ahead. Also, we have more election results coming in from the primaries across the country, and that includes in the state of Texas. Decision Desk HQ projecting Ken Paxton as the winner of the Republican nomination for Attorney General in Texas. He defeated George P. Bush, who is the former president's nephew, in that race. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who used to work in the White House under the Trump administration, has been declared the winner of the Republican nomination for governor in the state of Arkansas. That also according to Decision Desk HQ. And again, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, you can see him right there. This is a live picture celebrating after defeating former Senator David Perdue for the Republican nomination for governor in Georgia, addressing his supporters tonight. This, of course, was a race that was being closely watched, not because of who they are, but who was supporting them. Of course, Brian Kemp was supported by former Vice President Mike Pence, and his opponent, former Senator David Perdue, was being supported by Donald Trump. The question tonight is, how far do those endorsements go? More primary results and coverage of the tragedy in Texas still ahead.
By Representatives O'Halloran, and then.
But is it fundamentally about a specific risk?
Mutual were a friend of yours, we'd be like it.
The rest of the area will just have some clouds. Our lows in the 40s. Rapid City a little cooler at 38. Tomorrow it's going to be cloudy and rainy in Sioux Falls. A northeast breeze, 57 for a high, with mostly cloudy sky. 63 Aberdeen, partly sunny in Pierce, 68. Rapid City mostly sunny and 68. But then Here comes the sun, and we're starting to warm up on Thursday. Sioux Falls, mostly sunny, 70. Aberdeen, 75. 79 in Pierce, 78 in Rapid City, and even warmer on Friday. This is KELO Weather Now.
Are you a local artist? How about a crafter with extraordinary talent? Then join us for the KELOLAND Living Arts and Crafts Show, October 15th and 16th. We'll be showcasing all the incredible products made from people right here in our communities. And we want you to be part of what KELOLAND has to offer. Go to our website, KELOLAND.com today and find out how you can apply to be a vendor. The KELOLAND Living Arts and Crafts Show, October 15th and 16th, sponsored by Fonder Sewing. For more information, email events@KELOLAND.com.
It helps me win the golden medal.
Side of gun violence prevention, 90% of the American people are repulsed. They are abhorred by this kind of violence. And so the American people need to be mobilized, and gun violence needs to be put on the ballot this November. And I believe it will be, because there is now a movement. There's a real grassroots movement that is born of Parkland. You just heard Fred Gutenberg so powerfully talk about the need for action. And that movement has grown in the state legislatures where action has been taken. For example, almost 20 of them on red flag statutes. It has grown across the country in a political way that I think will eventually have effect and cost my colleagues, hopefully, their jobs if they fail to do the right thing.
Is there anything the president can do, in your mind, to stem mass shootings?
He has begun taking action in the executive branch, community action funded by the federal government to intervene with groups of citizens to help prevent gun violence. He has issued regulations on ghost guns that will bar them. He has moved forward to appoint an ATF director. I hope that he will appoint an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Justice with specific responsibility. There is more action that the president can take. I believe his heart and mind are in exactly the right place. He wants to move forward. Not so many of my Republican colleagues who remain in the grip of the gun lobby. The NRA continues to intimidate and threaten them, and they are enabled and emboldened by that gun lobby. But I can tell you, I will never forget the Sandy Hook families who came to Washington and worked so hard with such strength and courage. And then when we failed to act, shouted one of them from the galleries, "Shame, shame on you."
Senator Blumenthal, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. We'll be right back with more coverage of the tragedy in Texas.
You can frame bridge just about anything, and we have.
Things, and we have the money, and it's sitting there, and the schools don't maybe know how to spend it, or it's going to expire, by the way, in 2024, and it'll evaporate. Well, we have budgeted that money. We've done it. I know economically we're in trouble, but that money was part of that initial act for COVID. And that is the kind of money that the president tonight could have said, we have tens of billions of dollars. It is unspent. It was for COVID. We need to have an emergency committee to outside of government, people in regular life, not politicians, decide how we can implement this money to make a difference immediately on the ground. And then lastly, we've investigated serial killers. We decided knowing how serial killers grew up mattered, including torturing of animals and other signals that at least gives us a sign to intervene. None of that has occurred, really, with these shooters. We have no national database of their histories. We've disappeared them. We need to return to that. And again, it's not like there's going to be a complete solution to human nature. But as a country, we can make a difference.
You're bringing up great points, as always, Tammy. And Reince, as I as I'm listening to Tammy, yes, if we want to solve this problem with the United States, we can solve the problem. To me, it's a simple solution. We have retired military, retired law enforcement that I am sure we can come up with a way to ensure that every child in every school is protected with on-site armed trained officers that will be there when a moment like this occurs. It'd be great to say it's never going to happen again, but that would be naive and probably very unrealistic. So the first thing I would do is, and again, I don't care how fast a police precinct's response time is. It won't matter. But if you have people there on the ground, trained and armed and ready and looking and waiting, metal detectors, whatever it's going to take, protect our kids. You know, all these Hollywood celebrities, they all have security guards. All these famous people, they all have security guards. We have our elected officials. They all have security around them. Why not our children?
Well, you're 100% right, Sean. If we as a country want to protect these kids, we can do it. It's a horrible day. It's a sad day. We just gave away $7 trillion over the last couple years in this country. Much of it very important and necessary, a lot of it so that people could just stay home and not work. We could take the hundreds of billions of dollars that you and Tammy just outlined, harden these schools, put police officers, retired police officers, skilled people, resource officers in these schools, and protect these kids. There's no doubt that if we wanted to make sure that there was someone ready and willing to defend these kids in these schools, we could do it. But I think that we also have to remember that we can't eradicate evil through legislation. And that the answer to our problems can't be, as Joe Biden said tonight, to just take on the gun lobby. At some point, we as a country need to understand that we can only overcome evil with good, and that God's power is more important and more powerful than any sort of power that a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. think that their brains can get together and fix evil in this world. Our answers are not in government. Our answers are with God, and with Him, evil can be overcome with good. Now, the Bible also says that there's going to be no peace for the wicked. And so I wouldn't want to be where this shooter is tonight, because it's not a great place. And I think that
you're going to do something. I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of the, I'm sorry, I'm tired of the moments of silence. Enough. There's 50 senators right now who refuse to vote on H.R. 8, which is a background check rule that the House passed a couple of years ago. It's been sitting there for 2 years. And there's a reason they won't vote on it, to hold on to power. So I ask you, Mitch McConnell, I ask all of you senators who refuse to do anything about the violence and school shootings and supermarket shootings, I ask you, are you going to put your own desire for power ahead of the lives of our children and our elderly and our churchgoers? Because that's what it looks like. It's what we do every week. So I'm fed up. I've had enough. We're going to play the game tonight, but I want every person here, every person listening to this, to think about your own child or grandchild or mother or father or sister, brother. How would you feel if this happened to you today? We can't get numb to this. We can't sit here and just read about it and go, well, let's have a moment of silence. Yeah, go Dubs, you know. Come on, Mavs, let's go. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go play a basketball game. And 50 senators in Washington are going to hold us hostage.
Steve Kerr, the coach of the Golden State Warriors, before the game tonight. He's a really special, unique presence in American public life, not just in sports. I found those comments really affecting. It's not the first time he's spoken about that. It's not the first time he's spoken about issues of public import. But I wanted you to watch that in case you hadn't. David Jolly is a former Republican congressman from Florida, chair of the bipartisan group, the Serve America Movement. Mark Fullman is a national affairs editor at Mother Jones, author of Trigger Points, Inside the Missions to Stop Mass Shootings. And they both join me now. And Mark, well, David, let me start with you on CARES. You know, I think this has happened a bunch of times, and there's a sense that, like, something has to break through. And it never feels like it does, because I feel like there's some sense that there's like some emotional encroachment or shame that can happen. But the radicalization in the Republican Party and the conservative movement, particularly on this issue, which has gotten more radical, more extreme, more sort of obsessive, more fetishistic over time, I think is a really important thing to understand. And how far it is, I think, outside of mainstream. Even when you heard Roland Gutierrez, who said he's a gun owner and represents that area, I'm sure there's many, many gun owners in Uvalde, Texas. Many, many. There's lots of gun owners around this country, but these sort of basic anything being subject to the obstruction of the NRA and the conservative movement right now is where we're at.
Yeah, and look, let's start with Coach Kerr's comments, because I think his context was right. We're going to go back to a basketball game tonight, and tomorrow we're going to move on, and we're going to be doing something else, and God forbid somehow this is going to fade from our memory, but only, Chris, only because our leaders won't step up and fill that void, and our Republican leaders won't. And so they will lead the nation into sufficient inaction that we move on. That's what happened after Orlando. That's what happened after Las Vegas, after Sandy Hook, after Columbine, after Pittsburgh, after Sutherland Springs, after San Diego. Go down the list. The strategy of Republicans is inaction, because they are protecting this extremist viewpoint of gun rights in America. And you know, if I had one plea for my Republican colleagues tonight, my former Republican colleagues, it would simply be this. What you've been asking to do with gun laws ain't working. And NRA and gun lobby, what you're advocating for, it's not working, because we find ourselves back here every time. And look, on specific policies, we're all over the map as Americans. As Republicans and Democrats, frankly, within the parties, we're also all over the map. But it is true that there is one party tonight that is protecting the status quo, that is protecting an American culture that gives us gun violence. And there is one party, as the Congresswoman alluded to, that is saying enough is enough. Let's at least try to do something. So if gun violence prevention informs your politics, it's clear tonight that the Democratic Party is the national political party in which you find a home.
Mark, you have covered mass shootings, and I've learned a lot from your reporting on this, particularly about how we cover them. And I think actually in the decade I've been doing this, it's changed, actually, informed by some of the research. Coverage used to spend a lot more time on the shooters and their makeup and what they did, and they, yada, yada, yada. And I think that we learned that that's actually dangerous, right? There's a kind of copycat effect. I do worry. I mean, again, this is news. We're going to cover it, and we're not spending time on the shooter. We've changed the way we cover it, but I just can't stress this enough to people that, like, this specific kind of, like, the senseless massacre in public space with guns is just not. It doesn't happen with any sort of regularity, like anywhere else in the world. This really is like our country is the only place that this is happening, right? Is that a fair thing to say?
I think it is, and there are multiple contributing factors, including what you're alluding to in terms of the cultural and political narratives we have around this problem and the sensationalism of the people who do it. But look, Steve Kerr's comments were very powerful, and he also said, don't become numb to this. And I think that that's a real danger we face in this country and have for a while. And I think the American public needs to recognize that this is an escalating problem. Just today, the FBI published research on active shooters. It has an annual report it does now. This problem has doubled since 2018 by their study of that data. And the number of fatalities is increasing. And the people who think about committing a crime like this are feeding off of what happens in the media and on social media. Well, let's look at the last 10 days. We've had 2 18-year-old young men, suicidal, who have very powerful firearms that they can get easily, going and committing mass murder. This is an escalating problem, Chris, and it's something that we have to really take on the reality of.
Yeah, I mean, the acquisition of firearms and the ease of it is just, there's nothing like it. And, you know, America has something like 4% of the world's population and 42% of its guns. And there's the symbolic elevation of it, David. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I remember the gun politics of the hunting and recreation, et cetera, but it has taken a turn towards the explicit invocation of violence, and the threat of violence is an important right for a free citizen to have in conservative politics.
That's right. It was just during our lifetime that a Republican president like Bush 41 was suggesting that reasonable regulation was appropriate, and he left the NRA over it. But what you saw in the last 20 to 25 years, Chris, is this perversion of constitutional doctrine that a fundamental right is an absolute right. And now the Republican Party has embraced this absolute right to gun ownership and exercising your use of that firearm at a time when white nationalism and other trends of violence are emerging, and it's a toxic, toxic problem. And if we are left with a Republican Party that believes in that fundamental right becoming an absolute right, that is hard to overcome. And what I would beg the world to see tonight, and my Republican colleagues in particular, is our children have absolutely as much of a right to attend school without getting killed as you have a right to own a firearm. And I would suggest the latter is more apt for regulation than the former.
David Jolly and Mark.
And 2 teachers. Joe, thank you. Leo 2.0, Terrell, thank you. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have left this evening. We always thank you for being with us. Please pray for these families tonight. God only knows, you know, how awful they feel. In the meantime, with a troubled heart, let not your heart be troubled. Laura's next. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle tonight, and we begin with tragic news. 18 children, 1 adult are dead after a gunman opened fire at a Texas elementary school. Fox's Bill Malusian is live in Uvalde, Texas, with all the details. Bill, what can you tell us tonight?
Laura, we just got another update. Unfortunately, the number of dead continues to rise. We have just been told moments ago by Texas DPS there are now 19 deceased children as well as 2 deceased teachers here at Robb Elementary School as a result of this mass shooting. The number of casualties just keeps going up. Earlier this afternoon, we were told 14 children, 1 teacher. That has now jumped up to 19 children and 2 teachers, unfortunately. You take a look at this video right here. This was posted to social media shortly after that shooting. It alleges to show the shooter arriving on campus with a rifle. Law enforcement have identified him as an 18-year-old male, a local named Salvatore Ramos. We are told that he had a...
Imagine, do we? This is our sad, 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 heartbreaking reality here in the United States of America. And this is a night of absolutely horrible news out of Texas. Let's show it. 18 elementary school children. Children shot to death in their school, along with 1 adult, reportedly a teacher, in a small Texas town in Uvalde. That toll, according to the Texas Department of Safety, the gunman killed, reportedly in a shootout with police. Police say the shooter was an 18-year-old male wearing body armor who crashed a vehicle near the school. He was a high school student in Uvalde who